Trading futures in the night, so cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge pressurizing, the charts are bold. Daily bands wrapping stories untold. Fire with rockets through the AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Flying with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Flying with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade, oh, never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with her AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in all its blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, y'all? Howdy. Good morning. What's up, friends? Good morning. Oh, what a day. Who was right? I was. You know, who's $500,000 poorer? Well, not poorer, but had I held on to my QQQ 510 calls that I sold for profit a week and a half ago, they'd be worth $500,000 this morning at this open. Boy, oh boy. But I was right, at least in theory. I didn't make 50K though. That's better than nothing, but as my dad would say, it's better than a sharp stick in the eye, meaning it could be worse, but so people still doubting Trump. Oh, no. Benny's been hodling. Yeah, so I bought, so back in the dip, I'll go through my trade with you guys a little bit and show you guys, you know, how my legendary trade played out. But I didn't, the odds of it happening this weekend were like practically nothing. That's why I bet on it happening within 5 weeks. And over 5 weeks, we stalled with no talks and nothing. I was like, I'll just take profit right now. They would have been up 1,000% probably today, for sure. They would almost be at the money. So basically, like on Friday, I think they were worth like 40 cents. It'd probably be worth $3 or $4 today. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Good morning. All right, so hold up. Welcome to the stream, you guys. Hold on. Gotta get situated here. All right. Anyways, welcome. Good morning. Good morning. You got some June 505s and July 515s. Benny, dude, that's awesome, man. Mine expired on, well, actually, I am glad I closed because half of them expired last Friday. So, right, half of them actually, let me remember now. Half of them would have expired worthless. The other half would have made $500,000. I think they were split like 35-15. So the other one probably made maybe 300,000, 350,000, maybe. But at least I made some money. Welcome to the stream, guys. Hit the like button. Good morning. Roll calls we do every single morning. Simon, Victor, David, Alex, Mo, Get Touch, Christoph, Saint 999, It's Tozen, Alex, Fletcher, Stu, PB, Little Blue, Dems, Benny, ATD, Raj, Lucas, Gary, Mark, or Trade. Saying you're responding on Twitter, bro. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, you guys write me on Twitter. I usually at night I'll get to my Discord and Twitter and like write you guys back when I can. In the daytime, I'm usually just I don't get a chance to, but I'll always write you guys back. Jason, ATD, Hank, Lee Media, Chase Brown, SMK, Prabhu, Jack, James, Ryan, Chom JTR. What's up? Good morning. All right, guys, do me a favor. Do me one little favor. Okay. Tradeify giveaway today. We'll do straight to funded giveaway. Don't forget to check out our partners. Rocket Scooter code for all your prop firm needs. We take that money, we turn it back into accounts giveaway to you guys. Today, a funded account giveaway. One of you will be a funded trader at 11 a.m. Eastern. Futures market up 3%. Pre-market. Rule number 1. Don't fight the Trump. The DAX is back at all-time highs since it V'd off for those tariffs, you know. The DAX is the Germany Dow Jones. Hold on. Hang tight. I gotta log into my platform here. No trading today, just dance off. Yeah, we could do a dance off. But seriously though, there's got to be some entries. The market's gonna provide something, so we'll see. Hold on. Still filling my platform here. There we go. Way outside DD bands, but we know we still long outside of DD bands, so you know the rules. Check out the new layout here. Move the banners after some suggestions from you guys. After some, you know, drawing the eyes towards the important part of the screen, I kind of made it a little easier after reviewing the stream over the weekend. Now, another thing, I want to hire somebody to help me with something. I need a visual artist, a digital artist to help me come out with some stuff. Stu, what's the question marks? Anybody you know? So we need to make, I'm going to redesign the stream in a way to triple the professionalism of the stream, like to add so much pizzazz to the stream. like a real TV show sort of thing. I need all kinds of things. Graphics, new overlays, new everything, all from scratch. All from scratch. What's up? Yeah. So if you're down, I mean, like if you're down, well, Stu or anybody. Now I'm talking like I have a whole vision. I'm talking like this is months of work, but we're paying. So anybody wants to be commissioned to make something beautiful and awesome. You know, I basically built my whole stream setup in 2022. I made it the way that it is now. It hasn't really changed much. I made the banners, made everything. So now I'm like, I should make something, some new things. Essentially overhaul the stream. I have some announcements to make. There's a whole bunch of cool things happening. Cool things happening on the stream. Cool things happening to me. Cool things happening to the platform. I need to clean off this desk here. All right, so a couple things. Number one, we have a prototype out on the sandbox right now being tested for the automated updates at exactly 5:45 for the overnights. The overnights update every once in a while. But guys, I'm gonna hit the like button as the song says. Hit the like button. So the overnights update, but not exactly at 5:45. The process was never at 5:45. I thought it was, but they said no, it updates overnight, and I said I'll make it 5:45. Like, okay, let's change some things. So the overnights are going to update at the right time and just in time for overnight DD band and dynamic calculations all be done now. So the futures pivots are all going to be done automatically. So we have this prototype being worked on right now. Good job. Reddington, what's up? Welcome to I love how the chat or the YouTube thing says welcome to Rocket Cadet. It sounds so strange how they call it whenever you sign up. But hey, thanks for the sub. All right, you are now a cadet. You said the check does NASDAQ comply with the futures price limit rule? Well, it does, but what are you asking about it? They have price limits on the overnights. But we're not even anywhere close to it. We're only up by like 3%. In 3 months before Bitcoin was created, Jack Dorsey posted on Twitter he's working on a new money system. Well, I mean, if you see him lately, he does look like a guy that would be, you know, sitting in a dark room building something. He literally looks like he stumbled out of a cave after 100-year slumber. It's very possible. He's the secret Satoshi Nakamoto. My theory was that Nakamoto was just it's just like the mob or something that needed a new way to launder money. And so they created this like digital coin, and clearly they don't want you to know who they are. Hope for a retracement. Yeah, well, so outside of DD bands, we always look for good long setups to find them. So let's take a look at the bigger picture here. So yeah, don't fight the Trump, you guys. So you guys remember, let me tell you an amazing story, but let me give some announcement first. So the overnight dynamics are going to be done and printed on the chart. Second step of that is that we can have the dynamic update with the dynamic model. That's a whole new thing we can try to do. It can move the hedge pressure around throughout the day. So the futures one or the dynamic one can move around. That's our next step at a real-time open interest model. It'll be a whole cool new thing to see where the dynamics do move, if they do move at all throughout the session, which I know they do for my prototype, but I digress. That's coming out. So we're working on the prototype for that. The calculations, all that be done exactly 5:45 automated. You guys don't have to wait for me anymore. It's great. The Bitcoin farm was created on Jack Dorsey's birthday. It's starting to get a little, So anyways, that's being done. The website just got a new facelift, so that's being done. So give me one more second. I gotta load up one more thing. And then I have a special announcement, not preemptively going into it, but I do have a special announcement. Something cool I'll be doing. So stay tuned this week for big congratulatory news. Rocket Scooter getting the recognition it deserves. We'll be doing something really big in the public eye. Do I have any calls going? I did, but I closed them out for profit. Let me show you what I did. Let me show you guys my genius move. This would have been closer to, I don't remember how much I had split, but this is anywhere between maybe 300 and half a mil. It sounds cooler if I say half a mil. My overall position would definitely be worth half a mil had they all been on the same expiration. So basically, I bought back here. I told you my super secret options play, okay? Way back here, after this day on NASDAQ, right when we sold off here, exactly here, I bought QQQ 505 and 510 calls that expired last Friday and this Friday. And as soon as we got to like somewhere in here, I think it was right before Fed, which was Wednesday, at the end of the week, somewhere in here, I sold them for profit because I didn't think I would hit my deadline. We had earnings coming out. We had FOMC. And I said, oh man, we're going to just stall until we get there. The chances of Trump meeting next weekend and solving it next weekend, probably nah. No way I'm probably going to hit 510 by Friday. Well, not a secret trade, but it was a trade. I told you guys about the trade. The secret was the price and target. I was talking about the trade all month. So the trade wasn't done in secret. But people are like, what's your trade, man? What are you doing? What's the call? And I was like, I won't tell you the strike. I won't tell you the expiration until last week. Or 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago in the boot camp, I told everybody, okay, here's the trade I'm in. Because what happens is when I buy an options trade, half of you guys are going to try to copy what I'm doing. And when I'm investing, you know, trying to make millions of dollars on a trade, last thing I'm going to do is going to tell people what I'm doing. Exactly. But I'm like, I'm in a call trade. It expires in the future. And then as the days went by, I said, okay, it expires 5 weeks out. And then as time went by, I told everybody, finally, these are my strikes, 510, 505. And I think a quarter of them expired last Friday. So they would have expired absolutely worthless. But the other 3/4 of the position expires this Friday. And we are at the money here. So I put in like 50K. It would have been worth anywhere between $300,000 and $500,000 now. But I cashed out at 100K. So I made 50K profit on it. But yeah, crazy, right? The odds were we're not going to get the 510 by this Friday. There's no way Trump's going to meet next week and solve it. I was like, over the 5 weeks, I'm like, they're going to meet probably and fix it. And I contemplated at the end of last week jumping into something and betting that they come out with the deal anyways. And then I just chickened out and do it. But man, oh man, I had 510 calls. That was the target. That was such a beautiful play. So, while I didn't make $500,000 on them, I did make 50K on them. So my gauge to sell my calls was basically that as the days went by, any delta gain that was being made was offset by the theta loss. So while the market was still creeping up and creeping up and creeping up, I still wasn't making anything. The value was still held. And I was like, yeah, let me take out because Friday is approaching. Now, that is the smart decision because on Friday, the maybe like 15K or something worth of them expired worthless anyway. So, but boom, today. That's great. All right, so pre-market. How are we going to trade this, right? Isn't that cool, right? Well, I called it. I picked a great target. I picked a great expiration. And it was a gamble on the timing, but I was hoping that something would happen within the month. And nothing was happening. No one was talking. No one was meeting. The commentary was like, China was like, we haven't met with these guys. No. And then Trump's like, yeah, we haven't met with them either. And I'm just like, well, I guess nothing's going to happen. where I'm going to run out of time. I didn't think I was wrong on the bet. I just was wrong on the time. And then surprise, surprise, the end of last week they meet, you know, the announcement comes out, says, oh, by the way, we're going to meet this weekend. I was like, wait, what? So anywho, I think we go up or down, open up, dude, straight up. This market's going nowhere but up. Now at the open, I don't know where we bounce at, but it's going to be easy to find, and I'm going to long off of it. I'm not longing into open immediately, but I'm trading into open. I'm not shorting this at all. Zero chance in hell I'm shorting any of this. When the tariffs were paused on the DAX, let me show you guys. So I'm going to open up a trading view chart. We can look at the DAX really quick. All right, hold on. In Europe, right? Let me show you what they did in Europe. So I'm sure there's people out there going to be trying to fade this. I'm going to teach you guys something about trade war. Don't fight the Trump. Now, I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. 30 DAX. I forgot what it is in Trading View. Germany 40. Or the CFD. That should be in real time. Okay. So the Germany, the DAX 40, which is like, I'm so used to call it the DAX 30. It's 40 stocks now. It's the German Dow Jones, if you may. This is basically representative of Europe. And this is basically Europe's market in one bite. And you can see that, you know, while we did crash out leading into trade war and all that stuff, they have the same looking chart as we do. And then when Trump paused the, right here, you know, I'm going to pause the tariffs for 90 days. And then lowered, you know, the expectations of what the tariffs could be against Europe, where it's back at all-time highs, okay? And with the trade resolve with US and China, we're going back to all-time highs. Now, you can see in the European markets, it didn't even stop. We stopped because it was like, well, it's going to stall. Nothing's going to happen. It's going to walk probably straight back to the top, okay? So just keep that in mind. Ooh, guys, hit the like button. Don't forget, we'll be doing a Tradeify straight to funded giveaway today. Excited about that. I'm now up a total of 128,000 in my Tradeify accounts. Let me guys show you guys the uppity up. What the heck? Hold up. I haven't made any trades last night. I thought about trying to get in on something, but I didn't have a pivot to long off. If you know me, I don't like to just gamble. But here we go. My P&L curve going literally straight up. This is like 2.5 or something. 3 months of trading, something like that. I've made 116,000 on these active accounts. Plus there are $12,000 of unpaid. Sorry, I'm like having a stroke here. 12,000. Knock on wood, I don't have a stroke. $12,000 of payouts on accounts that went bust. So they're not in this total. These are the active accounts. So far, the accounts have been babysitting up 116 plus another 12K from the payouts is 128. So I made 128,000 with Tradeify over the course of, I don't know, whatever the last since February. My profit factor is a 2.0. which means an insanely profitable strategy. My win rate is 78% win. Now, this is slightly lower than mine normally is, but that's bear market stats. 0.58 average win, average loss means my wins were small, my losses were big, about twice as big. However, that's what happens in a bear market. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. The market dictates that ratio, or a shitty trader. But a good trader is going to, in volatility, you know, you're going to take your wins and take your wins and then take your wins. And then all of a sudden, the few losses you do have come from the news events going pretty hard. That's going to happen in volatile markets. So I'm very proud of that stat. I didn't have a lot of losses. But if you guys did have a lot of losses because the market zapped you on a news event or Trump tweets or something, it's part of the bear market game. Recommended straight to funded or growth account for Tradeify. I would say straight to funded is the way to go, Michael. Get rid of the eval step. Pay a little bit more to skip the step and basically advance and go straight to the the funded game. Yeah, I'm using straight to funded. That's what I'm using right now. Straight up. So straight to funded, funded next, funded next end of the day. So if you're going to do end of the day account, so growth, there's a better version of that with funded next. And it's the one that you see on the top of my screen above my head. It's the same as Tradeify growth, except it's better consistency, no payout caps. It's the better option. So if you're gonna do an end of the day account, do the funded next. I've got one going on right now as well. This is my very first one. I'll show it to you guys. I just went funded, so this is a funded account. I haven't made a trade on it yet. So past the eval in 4 days. Now here's my funded account with funded next. Wish me luck. Account number and anything. Now their account numbering system is very weird. This is definitely not account 51,096. This is account 00001 with me. So I don't know why the account numbering system is weird, but there it is. Unlike other prop firms where there's a sequential account numbering system where you can see how many times they've blown up to show you the number. That's really funny. That 51096 is some random string of characters. Who knows? Either way. Can I show some monthly maps? Yeah, whenever the market opens, look over there. Your average daily winning percentage is just 62.5%. Not bad. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, in the environment of a bear market, you're going to have a different trading. You're going to understand that volatility is going to be present. And I'm in and out of trades quick. So my reward to risk is like 1-to-1s and things. I'm not holding for long periods of time. But the times I do get zapped and get wrong, there's so few losses. The cool thing about the stats here is if my win rate was like, 50-50, like I actually lost a lot more, this would have gone way up. Because there were so few losses, the losses typically came from like news events or something bad. If I would have lost more, the average loss would have been realized. There's just so few of them, and the handful of them that I have are big. I mean, I only had like a couple of, big losing days, and that's it. So interestingly enough, the law of large numbers, you would see that being closer to, 1.5. I think whenever in the bull market was like 1 to 1.5 to 1. That doesn't imply that I take 0.5 to 1 trades. It just means that the few losses I did have were really big relative to the wins I normally make. A bunch of base hits and the occasional strikeout, but the news made it bigger than normal. So yeah. DBT has a Funded Next accounts today. I'm going to do a giveaway with Funded Next on, what day am I going to do that? So I started to make a schedule when I'm doing my giveaways. Funded Next will be on Tuesdays. So they've been very generous with us. We met some new friends at Futures Desk. We're going to do Futures Desk on Wednesdays. Funded Next has already loved our participation, and they've offered us 12 accounts to give away every month now. So they said after the very first giveaway, a little skeptical. I was like, guys, give me a bunch of accounts to give away. And they were like, we like working with you, but let's see how it goes. After the first giveaway, you guys knocked it out of the park. The interest was so high, they reached out to me. They're like, okay, your giveaway streams are awesome. We'll give you guys 12. So I was like, okay. So starting next, cycle, we'll be giving a whole lot more Funded Next away. So essentially, they're like the competitor to Tradeify's growth program. They're also a competitor to My Funded Futures. So they're all extremely good. It's so hard to pick which one is better. All three of them are awesome. My Funded Futures, Tradeify Growth, Funded Next, all S tier. They're all really good. Funded Next just right now, until they change their rules, uncapped payouts, and that's what's got me all excited. Futures Desk has a free upgrade to static this week. Yeah, they're like, I didn't know anything about them until recently, and I checked out their website. They're neat. Their stuff is really neat. And they're kind of like me, because the interesting thing about that group is that they're like developers and creators, kind of like we are. It's not just some schmuck on the street that's like, hey, let's make let's go make a funding program. Yeah, this is just a numbers game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just a numbers game, bro. Is that not like that, right? These guys are developers, coders. I was actually talking to the developer, and he was like, so you guys white label TradingView? Yeah, tell me about it. I'm telling him about it, and he's talking about his website and geeking out over coding. So these guys are developers that built this group. So That's why their website's so clean and everything looking. So I love people who like to make something. So turned out to be a pretty impressive group. So we'll see how well they do in the space. You know, I'm excited to see. How much funded next after a scooter code? It's actually 5% off. So that's the best deal they'll give anybody, 5%. So their prices are already low. They're kind of like my funded futures. They have a low price model already. Instead of pricing it high and giving 90% discounts, theirs is already low. Tradeify is the best tech. Yeah, Tradeify is hands down like one of my favorites. And again, like we only work with like the S tier firms here, so there's a lot of firms in the space. But yeah, so I got my funded next funded ready to go. I got my Tradeify straight to funded ready to go. We're ready to roll, guys. It's your first week or first day in the stream. Welcome. We're ready to crush it. So we are no longer working with Top One Futures. I actually wrote out to them and told them cancel my affiliate code immediately. That is an X in my book forever, forever. I don't have this strike through with me. After the racist comments from one of their partners on Twitter, after them rug pulling their users multiple times with retroactive rule changes, and then finally they terminated their relationship with Brett Simba while he was on path to getting a payout. They didn't like some of his comments online. They decided to tell him he can't trade with them anymore. Brett Simba of all people. So letting you guys know, we no longer have a code with Top One. I asked them to remove my code immediately, and I'll never be mentioning their name again or working with them ever again. That's the thing. How not to run a business. Yeah, if I don't like what you guys say, I'm gonna kick you out. I mean, my mods kick you out of the stream, of course, but no, but just jokes aside, that was kind of weird, right? They didn't like the critique he was giving them on their retroactive rule changes after using multi-level marketing to bait people in, and then get them in all these great rules and then change the rules last minute. And it was just a little shady from the start. And so anyways, banning Brett was strike 3 for me. So I'm down with them. I've never promoted them one time, and I don't have a single sale with those guys, thank God. But yeah, I'm out, and never again. Never again. Super sus. And all Brett was doing was criticizing. He's like, you know, with rule changes like that, they may not last 3 months. He was just saying stuff like that, which is very, very true and honest. And they were like, you know, well, you know, we're going to honor our existing, what they said, you know, they let him trade because they wanted his name to market. They wanted to say our first payout was Brett Simba, the one and only, blah, blah, blah. And then while he's still trading the accounts, they didn't like what he had to say. And then they said, well, we're going to stick to our original rules that we don't allow partners or competitors of other firms trade with us. So we're going to stick to our original rules and remove your account and cancel it or whatever. So it doesn't even matter whatever you think. But the fact is that they can change their rules on the fly and make accommodations on the fly. It's what you want a prop firm. After all they do is change rules on the fly anyways, right? That's the last thing you want your money to be tied up in. I'm going to tell you that right now. Anyways. Yeah, I know you. Tyler told me. What's up? What's up, Ty? Good morning. Yeah, and Tyler shared a story with me that was also part of that decision too. And I was just like, you know, it's one, you know, it's just, to me, it's all about trust, and it's all about, I get it, you can mess up once or twice, but either case, that post went like mini viral. I think it had like 50,000 impressions on it. So I was like, damn, I just want to let people know I'm out. But apparently a lot of people were writing me. They're like, yeah, fuck that. These guys suck. I'm out too. Oh yeah, their code is in my description. Yeah, let me remove that after the stream. Good call. But yeah, I just told them, I said, cease my relationship with you once. Please remove my code and name from your system. Thank you. Like, you don't ban somebody from trading because you don't like what they say. I'm like, what's next? Are they gonna try to cease and desist or sue people on Twitter for saying stuff they don't like? I mean, come on now. Goofy stuff aside, it's all about trust in the space, and anyone can start a prop firm these days. So it's just kind of like, you got to be careful who you work with. What I love about Tradeify, and this is why I'm stepping up to bat. Now, I'm not on Tradeify's payroll or anything. That's what people are like, how much is Brett paying you to say this? I'm like, Brett ain't paying me shit. I'm just a normal affiliate. I absolutely just love Tradeify. Why? Because it's straightforward. I get my approvals in 5 minutes. I've never had anybody from customer service one time ever reach out to me and ask me to send them a video of my trades. You know, it's like, You get your payout, you get your money. It's like the money's in my account that day. The approval happens sometimes in 10, 20 minutes. It's like, that's what you want. They're doing it right. And I've interviewed Brett a couple times, once on a space and once like on another thing. And we chatted and he's just like, yeah, we want to make our stuff automated. That way traders trust it. It's pretty much an automated process. You get in there and it just gives you your thing. And he's like, nobody really manages it. It's the rules are plugged in. They're straightforward and you either pass or you don't. I'm like, see, that's what you want. Yeah. Why is the screen blurry? It's probably your side. Go to the bottom and turn it up to like 1080p or 2K or something. You to ban you for not taking the load. No. You understand why we're up today, but we're way capitulated. Yeah, I mean, this is so to kind of review like what the market's been doing is, what the heck? I am logged in. Oh, I haven't logged in since let me log into my trading view really quick. Hold up. Sign in. So this is the market's probably going to go straight up and probably straight up towards all-time highs as well. I wouldn't at all try to fight any of this. Let me try to log into trading view really quick. Let me show you guys. So this is what we're dealing with. And I'll repeat, in Europe, right? This is what we had in Europe. So whenever we had the big trade war, let's look at the DAX 30. So the DAX, just to repeat from earlier, the DAX 40 is kind of like the German Dow Jones. And so when we had the trade war, their market did exactly the same thing. The threats of tariffs, that's of all this. Crash, crash, crash. You had the same days. April 9th was the big up day when Trump said something. April 10th was the big crash day when he didn't. Like all markets look exactly the same. And then once this became kind of a different pace than us, this became this, we're pausing the tariffs for 90 days and it's only going to be like, 10%. I forgot what the numbers are, but it was better, right, than what we have with China. And then they just went straight up, right, to even all-time highs and then some. So I'm going to tell you, with the fact that there's a trade war resolved, there's no fading this. As a matter of fact, all night I was like, dude, I need to long this somewhere and I don't know where. And I'm sitting there watching. I was like, you know what, maybe if we follow the half gap and I get lucky, I can get a long, but I don't think we're going to get anything to pull back. And then of course, right about 3 o'clock in the morning, market just bumps up and keeps going. So I did not get an entry on that, but I'm curious what was happening. Oh, why is this not updating? Financial Juice still going through some updates. Only thing specifically happened other than was sent comments at 2 o'clock in the morning. Just more information in regards to announcements based on what the trade war is. China to lower the tariffs on U.S. goods to 10% from 125 for 90 days. That's it right there. That's what it was. So 2 o'clock in the morning, we had that. U.S. and China to change tariff rates by May the 14th. Oh my God. So like this is immediately applying. Wow. Wow. The fentanyl issue remains unchanged. Yeah, so that's crazy. Okay. All right. So while we're chilling, let me open up some of our things. We can talk about how my morning opening technique is going to be today. Bum, 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 bum. Can't. Okay, we'll look at monthly maps when the market opens. The monthly maps have never, faltered. They've been very bullish every single day with some resistance, but bullish nonetheless. Okay, let's get those charts out here. Hopefully we get lucky with some sandwich trades saying. Normally when you get a big burp up like this, you'll get a lot of liquidity pockets to play with. So that'll be our bread and butter today. Okay. All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. 90-day pause will never go below 10%. Yep, exactly. It's pretty good, right? So don't fight this. Again, I can't give you guys investment advice, but I'm going to tell you this is boxing advice. This is like Mike Tyson in the ring. You don't fight him. We know that he went easy on Jake Paul just to make his money and get out of there. He would have, dude, the practice runs I watched him when he was fighting, dude, he would have knocked Paul on one hit. Seriously though, but don't fight Tyson in the ring. Don't fight Trump on the trade war. This is a resolve. It's done. It's a done deal. People might wake up today and say, I'm going to fade this. I'm waking up today and say, where can I long from? Any one sell-off day that we get between now and the end of May, if there is some kind of sell-off day, it will come from news. Something news will have to come out to bring this market down, and it might sell off for a day, but if it does, the next day is the day to ride it right back up. Have I got a code for funded futures? Yeah, I do. It's Rocket Scooter. 10% will last a solid decouple from China. Yep. That was a sad fight, dude. Such a sad fight, I know. But you could tell that he just didn't want to, freaking break his neck, dude. And even remember, Paul was whispering in his ear, come on, man. You want to get paid? I swear that's what he was saying, because Tyson threw out a couple of pretty heavy punches and you felt it for a second. You're like, oh, there we go. But then he pulled back and you're like, wait a minute. He's trying to make money. Okay, I get it. But man, well, that guy can still hit. I was watching him warm up, practice. I was like, damn, okay. I hope when I'm in my 60s, I get that kind of movement still. Shit. All about the Benjamins, yep. But anyways, yeah, don't get in the ring with Tyson. Seriously. Don't fight Trump. Do not at all fight Trump. Don't fight Powell either. These are the two rules of thumb when it comes to trading. This move up is not like, I'm going to short this, where did I fade this? It's, where's our long pivots and where are they at? Where are we going to find them? Where are we going to long from? Okay, so today, the overnight DD band 361, 2025 MHP is all the way down here. So that's not going to really help us too much. The monthly maps, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Actually, let me just bring it up. Why not while we're here? We'll bring up Friday's monthly map. So, and the monthly maps are going to forecast the structure 3 months out. It's 100% bullish. I've been saying every single day. We are currently trading in a dark gray, which means we're in a bull zone through July. If the bottom bull zone is sloping down, which it is, it means bulls are longing more through July. If the top of the light gray is sloping down, it means bears are covering shorts more through July. So this is 3 months of bull market. And then, of course, if it's getting wider or less wide in the space, it's more or less volatile. Inside of here, it just shows slight increase in volatility. And then it gets a little more volatile through June. Now, this came from the fact that before we had any kind of resolve like we do now, so shows there's some kind of volatility coming towards the end of June. But other than that, so this is a roadmap that can look 3 months out. It's very accurate at predicting. We do market reversals with this thing. It's so good. It's one of our greater market signals. There's 3 things we look at in the morning for greater market. This will shift very radically for tomorrow. Since the events happened over the weekend, today's options are going to trade to update, right, and reflect something new. And then tomorrow morning, this monthly map is going to be very drastically different. Probably the volatility absolutely gone from the market. So we'll see how that's happening. Let's look at the VIX really quick while we're chilling. But man, my 5-10 calls that expire on Friday would have been worth 10x finally in that one day between Friday and today. The ones I sold for 100% profit. I could have made 1,000. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But who knew? Who knew they were gonna decide to meet at the end of last week? Oh, we're meeting this weekend. Oh, we have a deal. Wow. You know, I was betting on that happening earlier, but we were just running out of time. And I could have, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Either case, I made 50K, so I can't complain about that. VIX in absolute decline. VIX futures below 20 again for the first time in, I don't know, maybe 2 months, 3 months. Yeah, since maybe like March, when it was kind of nice for a little bit. But right, so, you know, don't fight the Trump. Let's see if we have anything like gap fills to kind of deal with here. 502, these are all gap fills. Let me mark these all right here. Where's our next level to the upside? Let me make sure we mark it. Okay, let's make this bigger. We got 5 minutes till market opens. The question is today, where do I long from? No. Oh, there's one right here. I guess this counts. So I don't know if we tapped it. Back then about 493 and some change. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I did. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. We already did break all that. Just deleted those lines. The daily chart's not showing where we are. 510. So yeah, no gap fills here on QQQ. Nothing. Nothing on SPY either. Okay, so we have no gap fills except for all-time highs. Let's take a look at futures. Just looking really quickly. I can't remember. Do you have any futures, red lines, anything? Okay, so in the upper move here, we've got 21,275 on NASDAQ. 21,275. That's the upper target for today. If we keep running. Close enough. ES is the same. Let's see. The same place and time. So these are our illiquidity pivots. Anytime you rally this much or this big, and you're outside DD bands at the open, you're going to use that to find targets and find a yellow line really quick as well off of some of these. Okay. Oh, here it is. Okay. So at least we have a closer nearby target on the S&P today. Roughly 58.81. We got 2 minutes, so this is going to have to be like an estimate. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Your new, anytime you have a big move like this, your new support is, oops. We have my, what's up, you guys? What's up? Welcome to the stream. Don't forget to hit that like button. We're doing a Tradeify straight to fund giveaway today, friends. Ooh, thanks for tuning in. I love y'all. Joining me on my journey to 150K with Tradeify. I'm up to 128K now as of last Friday's move. I took 3 payouts last week, which was good. 9,000 of it, basically, you know, Tradeify payout caps. So I'll do a little bit of a red line here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that's good. And then we'll do NASDAQ same way. Racing the clock here. Got 1 minute till market opens. Looking for those long setups. Oh, by the way, here. Just quickie, pay attention to this, me very quick because we don't have a lot of time. Outside of DD bands, absolutely no shorting whatsoever. Outside of the upper band on the top side, no shorting for me. None, never. I wait for longs. Long up the band, long off of bear zone, top, bull zone, bottom, MHP. Strong pivots only, longs only, quick scalps in and out, from pivot to pivot. Wait for liquidity pockets to come out, and then that's it. So the upper DD band is a target, but we're nowhere close to that. So that's probably off the limit for today. I don't think we would ever pull back that far. Now on Trade War News, we're likely going all the way back up to all-time highs with very little pause in between. But 0% chance I'm going to fade this, even if there's any kind of selling. Don't even matter. Not going to fade this at all. I'm going to find places to long from. Where's my resiliences? Oh. There we go. All right. Resilience is a positive top of the box. Perfect. So I'll be looking for setups from here to here. Positive res. At best case scenario, we bounce somewhere inside of there. Grab some longs off of that. Not fighting the Trump, not fading the Trump. Man, Thinkorswim just locks up and goes so slow at market open these days. All right, let's get our liquidity maps coming through. Just give me a hot minute here. Perfect. Oh, yeah, so this is an easy setup day today. We got half gap and MHP nearby. That's perfect. Okay, so strong pivots already there. Could be a sell the news kind of day as well. So we're going to wait and get some strong pivots. SPY and QQQ, same thing. Half gap long, MHP long. So, all right, let's chill. Tell me about your weekend. How's it going? Tradeify, we have pay caps. We hate pay caps. Oh, well, I mean, part of the longevity model is pay caps. That's part of the thing. So there's not really much you can do, I'd say. You know, if you're trying to be stable, I doubt Brett's going to remove it. That's part of the healthy straight to funded model is pay caps and straight to funded. A little bit of pullback here, which is good. Let it pull back. I'm going to find, I've got long pivots, ton of places to go. 490 is pretty far. I don't think we're going to go anywhere close to that. 565 is really far. That's like 140 points away on the S&P. 57. Yeah, that's like way down there. Now, of course, you know, the options didn't have a chance to structure themselves to bet on the new stuff, right? So it's kind of like we're in this weird thing where this is all Friday's data, expecting us to be way down in here, and then the news comes out over the weekend. So options, this is from Friday, haven't had a chance to respond, which is why your liquidity maps are where they are. So we're kind of in a no man's land today. Now, the question is, can we trade off some technical pivots here off of these lows and the support point in this area? That's the question. So we don't really have any good actionable pivots to trade off of from here. Half gap would probably be one of them, but that's really, even that alone is 70 points away on the S&P. So that would be like way down in here. Resilience is positive, so we should support a half gap. Any holding of this is long. But yeah, so right now the question is, should I just grab a little scalp inside of here off of this kind of technical area? There is support right down in here. There is a red line down in here. I would say the only pivot we really have to trade off of today that makes sense is red line. So, how do I want to buy the dip here or wait? Maybe I should wait, right? 58.11. Okay, cool. So right about 58.10. Okay, good. So that's where I don't want to, that's where I'm probably going to jump in. Trump talking live again. All right, let's listen to Papa Bear. What's he saying?
The video went viral on social media. A man talked.
So I'll take a stab at red line for sure. Why not? Trump will be talking just a little bit. Let's leave that open. Thank you, Stu. Put this up here. Oops. Okay, we're gonna wait. Grab a nice tasty long setup off of red line. We got EP there. We've got Nasdaq here. Nasdaq selling a little bit hard, but resiliences are still positive. So, you know, we're pretty okay at. There's that first support pivot. The question is, how do we do at that pivot? Way outside of DD bands, the only place I do long from at this point is the band itself, MHP, bear zone top, bull zone bottoms, and then yellow lines or anything we got it right against on the exit side. So none of these pivots are nearby. There's nothing nearby to trade off of because all this option landscape is based on Friday when we didn't think we'd have a deal. So the market is so far away from any of our actionable pivots This is a glorified sit down until we get something better, right? What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. 650 people. Wow, this is our biggest turnout. We're giving away straight to funded account today, by the way. We just passed 20,000, 22,000 on YouTube. We had 20,000, we had 8,000 December. We just hit 25,000 on Twitter. You guys are amazing. Thank you for supporting the community. I love you guys. We start our boot camp today. So I know I told you guys on Friday we weren't going to do more boot camp giveaways, but I'll do one more set of boot camp giveaways today. Because today we start. Boot camp is our famous trading program that only costs you 20 bucks. $1 a day for 20 days. Trump is not saying anything right now. Trump is in the back applying his orange makeup. He'll be back in a little bit. So now the question is, off of this technical pivot here, is there like a long entry we can probably take? Or do we wait for Redline? What do you guys think? Wait for Redline? Bootcamp is live every day at 4 o'clock Eastern, right at market close. And then maybe I'll take one stab at it with one. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. Follow your rules, Matt. Follow your rules. Follow your rules. Crims has been here forever, dude. I know, it's crazy, right? You guys remember last year when I said, you know, I was the last person to jump on the prop firm bandwagon. I was straight to real account. In 2020, you guys saw my account so big. I was trading, you know, 6-figure days back in 2020 on my stream and my real account. And I was like, I'm not doing this prop firm stuff. I trade real account. And I told you guys late last year, I was like, you know what? The prop firm thing seems cool. There's a challenge. There's leaderboards, and I want to prove to people I'm the best. That's the whole reason I got into it. I'm like, ooh, there's a leaderboard. Let me go out there and beat all the other traders. That's what I want to do. It's not for the prop firm payouts. It's I want to go get the live account to show that I'm better than everyone else. I know that sounds great motivation, right? I'm so competitive. That's why I want to do it. And so thank you for saying that. Yeah, I'm now turning into like, you know, kind of like recently started doing this, and now I'm crushing it. So I had to adopt my strategy to be completely different to trade prop firms. And, you know, I kind of figured it out pretty quickly. Like I'm already making payouts, you know, just now doing it. I mean, my first serious attempt, you know, I kind of dabbled like late last October, a little bit of Apex, a little bit of maybe something before that, but I wasn't really serious. And then come February, I was like, all right, I'm gonna get serious about this. And I started doing Tradeify, and I'm like, let me revamp my strategy. Let me formulate a good strategy. Now I really want to do this and just crush it. So you guys are seeing like me jump into something, figuring it out as I go, and then mastering it pretty quick. So hopefully I can stay in the same path here. All right. So today, right, half gap is really far away. This is a strong pivot because resilience is greater than 0. This is always a pivot from here to here. Impact line is always a good pivot as well. I think that would be decent. About 100 points lower can be a nice support. I don't think at all that this market's going to sell off today. So we're just looking for a good entry. One more leg down, I'll grab a long. Or maybe I can stage in with some micros. Always a good idea to size down. I'm definitely not going to tap this with my my funded next. So I just got funded with funded next after 4 days. That was kind of nice. So IRL, I'm taking a long here. I have a unique approach to affiliate code money and giving away accounts. Yeah, absolutely. It's my stream growth technique. See, the average trader out there who makes their first $1 million, their goal is to buy a Lambo, right? I already made my first $1 million many moons ago. It gets sold after a while. You learn that anytime you get a windfall, your job is to invest in something that'll grow. Car is a depreciating asset. No reason that I broker deals with the affiliate groups with the prop firms as an affiliate to give me accounts to give away to you guys. That's investing back in us. I already got a luxury car. I already got all the stuff. I have a different approach. Micro red line. No, at red line I'm going to do E-minis. My question is, did I just want to stab a couple micros at it right here? I'll do minis. I'll do minis at the red line, but I'm like, should I take some micros here? Maybe just a couple. Why not? Just a couple. Crazy if this is going to be a sell the news sort of event. This is the overnight technical low, right? This is kind of like where we were off of that big bump up. So this is the support area I'm looking for. Maybe take a little bit of something. My real entry would be 683. If I can get close to that, would be very nice to touch. I threw some micros at it just because. Now let's see a retrace target. If I get this one, just to retrace a little bit. Again, just this is that technical low. There's really no, we don't have pivots or rockets here to trade off of this. So just off of there. Just a retrace inside of here. Resiliences are still positive. You know, things are pretty decent. I'm curious if this is a sell the news kind of event, but we'll see. But I ideally would like to long off of impact red lines today, so. Which would be very close. The S&P is about 20 points lower, so that might be worth waiting for. Okay, guys. Welcome to the stream. I'm on my journey to 150K profit with Tradeify. I will hopefully be, if all things go well, especially when we have the trade war stuff kind of ironing itself out. You know, obviously, as we learned in Europe went all the way back to all-time highs once they got things sort of paused and figured out. So hopefully with us, we can have that same sort of approach. I just threw some micros at it, nothing crazy. I got plenty of room to play on this market. So I just do some micros at this technical low. We've got red line to long off of with a bigger position. So we'll see what we get. I wonder if this is going to be one of those sell the news days. But yeah, I just threw 3 micros at it on a technical low. Then we have the same technical low over here in the S&P as well. Again, no reason. My strong pivots are actually here. I'm going to smack it with minis right at the red line. So the S&P is a little further away. So Nasdaq's going to hit first, which I'm watching that one here. That came in much quicker than I thought it would. Yeah, volatility is absolutely in decay. So this is a little unusual at the start. This is probably going to be where we do support. So we'll see. You up here? Interesting to see there's not like much of a bid or anything. But yeah, let's see if we can get some movement. But yeah, this is strong pivot here. This is like that perfect. I guess people are waking up and dumping their options for profit. That'll be what we're seeing. And add a couple more to that. Like I said, I'm just adding micros. I'm gonna hit my bigger position down here. I have half a mini on the table now. Let's double check UVXY really quick. Markets, and again, learning from Europe, the market's probably going to go back to all-time highs. So without hesitating, the idea that they're working things out so quickly, the fentanyl thing hasn't been solved, but it won't matter. It won't matter at all. Wall Street just cares about the hope, basically. Let's see if that's it. Somewhere in here, I'm looking for the market to stabilize. My 5 marker is doing some work. I'll hit minis down here at red line though, for sure. Look at those look at those micros doing that work. Unless I get another fuck you red candle, this looks like it's stabilizing. Or trying to, at least. It is a little top heavy. People are probably selling for profit at the open, but it feels all right. I'm taking it very light. Days like this, I'm not putting my funded next to it though. I just went funded with those guys, and there's such a tight drawdown on that. I can't really risk it. Not with potential downside risk down in here. But that much. So we're gonna wait. I skip micros edit. I've got position probably lined up somewhere in here. I'm doing NASDAQ today. Again, this is just breaching that kind of technical low in the overnight session. I don't feel like this is... I would be so surprised if this sold out and died today. But we'll see. This is finding lower lows and lower highs. It's not the best sign that we won't get like another leg down. But that's why I just have micros on it. But I definitely want to get long right here. So S&P is very close. Nasdaq is pretty close. These are called impact red lines. So basically, or illiquidity pivots. So this is a whole new technique. We teach you guys this in the boot camp, which by the way starts today. I'll be doing some boot camp giveaways later on and Tradeify funding giveaways. So stay tuned, you guys. Wait. Are you going to be trading my funded next when we hit red line? Maybe. Maybe at red line, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to fade the Trump at all. At all, by any means. By any means. But who knows? Wall Street may have a different approach to this. We'll see. It's got a lot of selling pressure today. Let's double check some of the stocks though. It's just in this weird no man's land whenever you get, you know, oh wow, Nvidia's even here. That's good. So yeah, this is a nice place to support. This isn't actually not bad for a nice bull support here. I like it. With Nvidia right at MHP, we're not far from where that market's gonna hook up. And don't fade the Trump. That's like rule number 1 when it comes to trade war stuff. Europe told us they're going back all-time highs in Europe, so. Right. 40% consistency rule in FundedX. So FundedX is like the new firm on the future street. Big Forex giant came over. We get 5% off with those guys. It's like basically they have an uncapped payout structure on a my funded future style Tradeify growth style account. No capped payouts, no profit split. End of the day drawdown and DCA is allowed. It's like the perfect recipe for a quick and easy payout. I'm gonna try to make $1 million with those guys. You know, everyone out there trying to do it with Apex, as long as they're uncapped and hopefully they don't rug pull their rules.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
What Trump's here talking?
It's a big day. should be fun. I don't know. You'll maybe find reasons why it's not.
Don't speak into the mic,
I
bro.
can't imagine, because we have a lot of great things happening. It's been a very strong week.
He's super staticky
and a
right
very
now.
strong weekend.
Is that just me?
Before we begin, let me say a few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations.
It's like really staticky for some reason. Come on, Papa Bear. Bring us home. Get us something good.
Let you know that the leadership.
Oh, this the feed. The Fox feed is
of
actually
India and
staticky.
Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases. And having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation.
My micro's put in the work there.
We helped a lot, and we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade.
He's like threatening them with tariffs and trade and stuff too. I love it. He's just basically saying like,
and all of a sudden they said,
you know, we spend the money, so it's up to you. And everyone's like, when it comes to money, everybody's gonna put their arms down. I love it.
A lot of reasons, but
good day to buy. Is today a good day to buy stocks, right?
We're going to do a lot of trade with India.
I think today's a day that Victor's going to win a prize, though. Does everybody think Victor's going to win something today? I feel like he will.
And we stopped the nuclear conflict.
It feels like that kind of day.
It could have been a bad nuclear war. Millions of people could have been killed, so I'm very proud of that. I also want to thank
No static on this link. You can try that stream.
Of State Rubio for their work and efforts. They worked very hard on that. We also, as you know, created a situation where the Houthis, for the first time ever.
Let's listen to this one instead. Bye-bye, staticky Trump feed. My 5 micros putting in the work. Market's moving this far out of balance. I don't trade anything heavy. I always trade micros. Keep it small, keep it light. You know, at least if we get a retrace up to that middle area right here, I think that's good.
10 years have been very difficult for other.
I was building position in 4 of my accounts as we were falling, just micros. So they're all kind of in that same boat right there.
Surrogates and them directly said, we don't want to do this anymore.
Ooh.
And so we were satisfied.
Looking solid there.
In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China.
Don't fight with Trump.
Productive talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue in the larger structural issues. And
I'll take that retrace just to right there. I will pocket that. Done, 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 and done. Okay. Flatten that out for the accounts. That wasn't too bad. Just a quick scalp just to start the day out. Show you guys really quick. I'm flat on the accounts. It was a quick 3 grand, something like that. I don't know. 3 grand. I'm gonna put this in the new stream layout. I gotta put this somewhere. Don't put it here. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm gonna show you guys my P&L on the stream with the new layout. So give me a second to figure out. Can I make this any smaller? Oh, I can't. Oh, I guess I'll just put it underneath.
$500 billion. He's gonna be building a lot of plants in the United States for Apple.
Let's figure out how to do this.
We look forward to that. I really
there we go. That's good enough.
But
wait.
the talks in Geneva.
This puts a shadow on top of this? What is this Windows? How, okay, I need to turn off my Windows has like its own 3D effect on these windows. It's leaving a shadow underneath it. Okay, well that's kind of silly. All right.
The relationship is very, very good.
All right. I just retraced from here to here. I got lucky. I was in micros and a bunch of the accounts, and so basically the equivalent of what I just did from here to here. Pretty decent setup. Just a scalp in there. Victor won last week. He did. You guys missed out. All right. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. I just trade technical from here to retrace. Nothing big. NVIDIA did fill its gap. That's why I was closing everything out. Now again, we could still keep going. Things are looking pretty positive, but I always take technical scalp. I'm looking at the bigger stocks to give me like a proxy bet on where other things are going to go. Look at Apple really quick. Apple broke MHP. Microsoft broke MHP. A lot of stocks broke MHP very quick. So I'm looking for any clue I can of where pivots can be. So this was a nice, clean, easy. I don't think we rally from here, though, with stocks breaking MHP. Let's keep an eye out on some of the bigger stocks today, okay? And let's go ahead and load up the scanner. And let's look at MHP breaks to the downside. Make sure we... 33 tickers. Breaking MHP. Meta.
Bottom line, I said, go back and ask for 50, and they gave us 50. And they were honoring the deal, and we would call them up a lot for the
Apple.
corn, for the wheat, and for everything.
Amazon. Okay.
Honoring the deal, and then
And Microsoft.
they no longer honored the deal. There was nobody to
Actually,
call.
let's do this.
On an average of once every 2
We're gonna look
weeks,
first
they
which
go in
stocks
and
are
ask
actually
a little bit.
selling off pretty
And our
hard.
farmers were doing great. I said to them, buy more land and bigger
294
tractors.
below
And
MHP.
remember, that's what happened. But the
Keep it
deal
like
was
that.
a very good deal. But the best part of the deal was that we opened up China. China agreed to open itself up to American business to go in. And it would have been a great thing, I think, for China. They would be able to see things that they haven't seen. They would be able to buy
Can you guys hear?
products that they had never
Is he
been
farting
able
or
to
what?
buy.
Yeah,
Would have
that
been great
audio
for
was like
American
horrible,
business.
right?
I think it would have brought unity between China, better unity between China.
Okay,
and the
guys,
United
really quickly,
States.
while we're chilling, let me
And,
show you
The
guys.
bottom line is that they canceled it the last day. We were all set to sign it, and then I went a little bit angry. I got a little angry. They said they canceled the deal. The deal was done. It was all ready to be signed, and people went over. They came back to me, sir. They don't want to sign the opening up China. Well, the biggest thing that we're discussing is the opening up China, and they've agreed to do that.
Here's a link to our boot
But
camp. We
it's gonna
start
take
today,
a while
guys. It's
to,
we've done it
pay
8
for it.
times.
That's
This
not
is by
the
far the
easiest thing
biggest
to
thing
pay
that we
for.
do. It's
But
if you
that's
guys want to
the
learn day
single
trading
item
or
for
how to
me.
beat prop
Some people
firms,
would
and we
disagree. Some
specialize
people
in
say we
training
got
you on
a
that.
lot of money with tariffs
It's
or
only
whatever.
20 bucks for the
You know,
month, so it's
especially when
$1
you
a
add
day.
what
It's
we
the
already
cheapest
have, 'cause
day trading education you'll ever
remember, we're
get.
already getting
Just plugging it really quick while we're chilling.
50% on steel,
These are all the
different
reviews,
things. That's not
and you can
included
read. This is
in
all people that have
these
taken it that are
numbers.
still here, and usually
So
we
you
give
can add
away
that,
seats
but-
at the boot camp. So we're
but
gonna be
the
giving away
biggest thing
seats
to me
today.
is the opening
The
up
last time we're
I
doing
think it would be
giveaways. Other than that,
fantastic
if you
for our
don't win,
businesses if we could
join
go
up.
in
It's
and
right at market
compete
close.
and compete
You can
with
see it's all
China.
5-star
There'll be a
reviews. So
lot of
people call it
jobs
like
for
game
China.
changing
It'll be,
and life changing and
I think
whatever.
at a time when they can frankly use the jobs. And that's what we're talking about. So
It's
that's
really
a
special.
very,
It's a masterclass
very
on betting
important element
strategies.
to add. So
It's
when
different than anything out there.
Scott,
There's a reason.
I watched
You
him,
know, why'd I trade
speak
micros?
the
Why'd
other
I buy
day,
here? Why'd I
and he
exit
didn't wanna say
proxy
it,
on
but I
there?
said,
Why'd
"It's
I do
okay
what I
to
do?
say it. Look, if we don't get it, we don't get it. But if we don't get it, it won't be a
There's
positive
a lot
thing.
of high-end
But
level
if we do
choice
get
making
it,
you
I
need to
think
do as a
it's
trader, and we
maybe
teach
the
you,
most
the
important
tricks from the pro
thing
end
to
of how to
happen.
bet
Because
right.
if you think about it,
basically.
we opened up our country to China. They come. We don't. I mean,
What's he
they have
talking
very
about?
few
China. Some of you guys say.
restrictions. And they didn't
China.
open their country to us. Never made sense to me. It's not fair.
China.
And they've agreed to open China, fully open China.
Oh, okay. So in the
And,
boot camp, we
I
teach you
think it's gonna
principles
be
that'll help you
fantastic for
understand
China.
what
I
you
think
see
it's
on the
gonna be
stream.
fantastic
It'll also help you
for
understand
us,
with
and
your
I
own
think it's
basic
gonna be
risk
great for
management.
unification.
Strategies, betting sizes, position sizing.
China will also
doesn't require the
suspend and
software.
remove all of its
If you want the
non-monetary
software,
barriers. They've agreed to do that.
you can actually do the
Well,
Pro Plus, which is the
they're
software in
very
the boot camp. It's actually free. That's the
numerous,
best part
but
about a boot
again,
camp.
to
It's
me,
not
the
really
biggest thing that came
something
out
we
of that
charge
meeting
our,
is they've
our
agreed
people
now we
for.
have to
If
get
you
the
actually
patience,
have the
but they've
platform
agreed to open
itself,
up China.
the
It'll be
boot camp's
great for
100%
everybody.
free. So
And third, I'm
that's $100
very
to
happy
try for the
to
first month.
announce
So if you
that
do the tools, it comes with the boot
Idan
camp. So.
Alexander, an American citizen who, until
It's
recently
pre-recorded,
was
Jen.
thought
Yep.
was
Gin
no
and
longer
tonic.
living,
I love
thought
it.
was dead,
That's one of my favorite drinks too, by
is
the way.
going to be released in about 2
In
hours,
Houston,
actually.
there's like this one Michelin star
he's
restaurant.
going
We
to
actually have a
be,
Michelin star restaurant now that's known for their gin and
released
tonics.
before the eyes of
BCN,
Steve Woodcock,
so
who's
good.
done a fantastic job. That just,
Your opinions
I know a lot
on
of
my
people
funded
that have a lot
futures?
of talent. I know Steve
They're
had a
great.
lot of talent. But I know a lot of people with a lot of talent, but there's one that I thought had a special.
My funded futures is S
way
tier.
about
They're
him,
one of
special
the best.
personality.
Nobody complains about my funded
aside
futures.
from being
They're kind of like
a
Top
good
Step.
deal
They're one of
maker,
the.
had a special way
They're
about him.
probably the
Steve
third biggest, I
knew
think.
very
of
little
all of
about
them.
the subject matter. Who does? but he learned it in about
I
2
saw something,
hours.
somebody published website
And,
traffic.
he's
They were
been
like third biggest on the
fantastic. So I wanna
list. So they're
just
very
see,
solid.
but they're going to be releasing
Opinion on Top Step
Edon
X
in
Combine.
about
I would say
2
these
hours from
days,
now,
Top Step
or
is really
sometime
good.
today, let's
No
say.
complaints with them, but there are so many better
And
options
again,
now.
They thought he was dead just a short while
There's so
ago.
much
His parents
variety
are
that,
so
you know,
happy. They're so happy.
like, you know, you get straight to
So
fund it with
it's,
Tradeify.
as you
A
know,
big fat
Edon's,
static account with
the only
ETF, or you can
American
design your own
citizen
static account with
captured
Futures Desk, or the
and,
uncapped
held
payouts
hostage
with Funded
by
Next, the one I'm doing
Hamas
now.
since October 7th, 2023.
These are the ones
And
that
he's
I
coming home
recommend.
to his parents.
Straight to funded, end of the day
Which
accounts,
is
end of the day
really good news. I
drawdown.
mean,
And Top
to
Step
me,
is really
it's
good, and not to say anything
They
bad
thought he
about
was
them.
dead. So that's that. So we'll be heading there, and we'll be seeing
I personally don't
primary
like the
countries,
Top
you know
Step
all about that,
monopoly
Saudi Arabia,
goals. That's why I don't really spend a lot of time with them.
Qatar.
Although they do have a leaderboard
On
I want to get on, but
Thursday's
that's just for
meeting
bragging
with,
rights.
Russia
I don't like the
Ukraine is very
idea of
important.
Top Step starting
I
a
was very
regulatory
insistent
organization
that
with their,
meeting take
you know,
place. I
forcing their
think good things
competitors to
can
meet
come out of that
standards that
meeting.
they set. I think it's weird.
Stop the bloodshed of the horrible.
Futures Desk has a promo where they
Bloodbath.
upgrade your end of the day account to static for free. I
but
saw
not
that. Yeah,
5,000
Futures Desk is.
more. It's really much more.
They're cool,
Trying to be
and they're not.
conservative.
I
More
I
than
think they
5,000
haven't really
sold.
started
It's
pushing
Russian.
through the
They're not
influencer
American
circles yet
soldiers.
because
They're
I'm
from
like just
Russia.
hearing
They're from
about them.
Ukraine, but they're people.
And then I've talked to a
They're
couple
human
people. They're like,
souls,
"Yeah, they're
and
solid,
being
man. They're
built at
really good." And I'm
levels that
like,
we haven't
how come
seen
nobody
since the
talks
Second
about them
World
yet?
War.
And I looked at their website, and it's top
every
tier.
week.
You can choose your own eval, and they have these really good
It's a whole
promos.
new form of
I
warfare
talked to them
that's
this weekend
violent
about
and
some of the
vicious.
stuff they're planning, and they have a lot of
And,
things they're planning in
so
their pipeline, which is
that's
unique
it.
to the
I'd like
to the
go
space.
back
So I'm
China just
excited
for
to
a
see what happens with those
second.
guys.
They're very heavy on the fentanyl.
I haven't used them yet,
We're
but they give
charging
us a
them
bunch of
between
accounts to give away,
20% for
and
the
I'm
fact
definitely
that
going
they
to check
sent
them out for
fentanyl
sure.
into our country. And they've
Okay.
agreed that they're going to stop
All
that. So,
right.
they'll be rewarded by not having to pay.
What's the catch
you
with
know,
Funded Next?
hundreds
There
of
is no
millions of
catch
dollars in
yet. That's the
tariffs.
thing. They're a
So,
big forex
the
firm,
fentanyl
and they're
should
coming into the
stop.
future
Comes from
space with
China.
too good to be
It's
true
amazing.
rules. So the catch is,
comes
get your
through our
payouts
southern
now
border,
before
comes
they
through our
change their
northern border,
rules,
too,
right?
comes through Canada,
That's the
and
whole
comes
point.
through our southern border,
Like
through a much
uncapped
more
payouts, no
big southern
profit
border.
split. You can DCA,
But,
no payout
so
windows.
that's a very important
Passing, I
subject to
passed.
me,
There's 40%
because
consistency
everybody in
rule.
this
I
room
got
has
passed on the fourth day.
friends or
Now I'm funded with
people that
them,
have family
and
members
you could
that
take
died of
50% of your
fentanyl.
profits
So there's a big
up
incentive
until the
for
first 30
China to
days. So you take a
stop,
big
and
payout.
I
There's no
think them
payout
that they're
cap or
gonna work
anything.
on that, I think,
And
very
then
hard.
after
And
30
one
days, you
thing
can
was
take
they work on
100% of your
something to
account
get
as
it done.
payout.
So now I'm
What's
about
the
to
catch? The
depart
catch
on
is
a
that's
historic
probably
visit.
an
Some of you are going with
entry.
us to,
It's
as I
probably
said,
like
Saudi Arabia,
introductory
Qatar,
rules,
and
right? You know,
United
top
Arab
one did the same
Emirates.
thing.
Before
Come
I
in
do,
with
I'll
stellar
sign one of
rules,
the
and
most
all of a sudden
consequential
rug pull
executive
everybody
order
while they're trading.
in our
The way they
country.
handled
I
it,
don't think
top
there's
one was
ever been anything signed like
horrible.
this, certainly not with respect
Telling
to
people we're changing the
healthcare,
rules on
nothing
you.
even
Sorry.
close.
Well,
I'm
you don't
delighted
like it, you can get a refund.
to be joined
I was
on
like, well,
this
fuck that.
occasion
I'm
by
not.
Secretary
I'm no
of
longer
Health
working
and
with those
Human
guys ever.
Services,
But
Robert F. Kennedy
you know,
Jr.,
Funded Next might do the
who's
same
doing
thing,
a
but they'll
really
probably
good
be
job,
nicer
I have
about
to
it.
tell
Like,
you
you know,
that.
hey guys, after
CMS
this date, the rules
administrator,
will
friend
change
of
for
mine,
everybody else
Dr.
going
Mehmet
forward. You know, that's the
Oz.
smart way to do it. But they didn't say they're going to change any of the rules. I'm just assuming they
Amazing guy,
might.
you know,
So that's the catch. The
telling
catch is
Bobby before
introductory.
Oz
You want to be first, but the
had
best
a
thing is
very
you want to be first, right?
successful Show, but it hurt his reputation.
So
Because when you're in show business,
no
it hurts your
evidence they will change
reputation a
their
little bit.
rules, though.
It's
But that's
good for
always
you,
the
it's
risk
good
from
for
your
you, but
perspective,
In
right?
terms of professionalism,
I think
and
Funded
being a
Next is
doctor, it
fantastic.
sort of
I've been
hurts your
working with these guys for about a week or
reputation. This guy
so.
went to the best school,
So
was
far, so good.
best,
Rules are
I mean,
straightforward.
top of the line. Then he did a television show,
But,
became
you know,
a
like with
success.
any firm, we'll see. But
Made a
I'm
lot of
willing to
money,
take the
all that
risk.
stuff, but it sort
I like the
of,
whole uncapped
hurt him.
payout structure.
And
To me, that
and you
seems
know what I
good.
compare
Now,
that
again,
I
to
hate
me,
to
that
say
doesn't
this,
seem
but
sustainable. But
special
hey,
woman.
if anybody's going to milk
Video,
them and
she
make
was
them
the toughest,
insolvent, it's going to be
smartest,
me.
maybe
So if they change their
in
rules
our
to me, I'll be making $1
countries,
million bucks from them.
in
So
our
we'll see.
cities and states, history, New York. She was
Funded Next is
really
expensive
tough, really
compared to
sharp.
Tradeify growth,
She did a
but
show,
it's uncapped
people didn't
payout,
think of her
Moreau.
quite
You have
the
to put them
same
side
way.
by side.
They're more of
Tradeify
an
is a capped
entertainment
payout.
person, like us. Oz is not
Capped.
an entertainment. He's not really.
That's the
entertainer.
difference
You know the real
with
story.
the
And she
cheapness.
is
Brett has to
amazing.
lower
She
his
is
risk by making it
unbelievable.
less
She was
expensive.
one of the
Funded Next, it's more
strongest,
expensive but
district
uncapped.
attorneys.
Tradeify,
in the
I've got
history of New York.
100 and what
Highly
is it?
respected.
Now I got $131,000 sitting there that I can take out $3,000 at a time.
You don't see today anymore.
As much as I love that I'm never going to blow up my Tradeify accounts, it's going to take me a little bit of time to get that 80K into my pocket before they move me to live. You know what I mean? So the difference is if you're going for consistency and length, you want a big buffer in the account like I do. I'm never going to blow up these accounts. It'd be impossible for me to lose 130K unless I'm just absolutely being an idiot. But, you know, with Funded Next, you'll take a little bit more risk for a little bit more bigger chance of a payout. So it's up to you what you decide. They're equal in my book. So it's up to you. Do you want to pay more for uncapped payouts or pay less for the throttled payout but more stability for you? Does Tradeify have a trailing drawdown or end of the day drawdown? Tradeify has both. They have advanced, which is trailing. They have growth, which is end of the day, and then straight to funded, which is an end of the day version of the growth. Or sorry, a straight to funded version of the growth.
Nobody wants to mention that term. And I'm not knocking the drug companies. I'm really more knocking the countries.
You have Top Step. Top Step's a great choice, Simon. We don't work with them, but they don't work with anybody. But I can say they're good.
In this country, they say the drug lobby.
How much fentanyl is coming from overseas? That's a good question. That I don't know.
They have a lot of power.
I mean, buys or sell. Sorry, the screen is small. Nothing right now. I already closed my position. I traded from here to there and closed out. Now I'm waiting for a better long option somewhere. I'm watching some of the stocks lose key pivots, so I'm waiting to see if the market pulls back just a little further.
Many times more for. And will no longer tolerate profiteering.
Looking for long setups from here. So the top right of my screen, you will see if I'm in a position. Let me just show it to you real quick. If I'm in a position, you will see it turn on. So I just pushed the long button. You see this? You see how there's a little green box up there? All right. I will take that $9.50 and donate it to somebody as a boot camp for that example trade I just did. So we'll be doing giveaways in about 1 hour, so stay tuned. Thank you for joining the stream. My name is Matt. We love having you guys here. We'll be doing a Tradeify straight to funded giveaway today. I do giveaways every single day. So our prop firm partners, instead of me going out there,
15 billion, 17 billion, 20 billion, and they use that to run
and negotiating like a big fat salary for myself, I tell them instead, give me giveaways, accounts giveaway to the stream. And people out there are fanatic about free stuff. You guys love it. It's so exciting.
The most difficult from what I understand. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him.
So total from our prop firm partners, just donated alone, we have 61 accounts to give away every month. That's an average of 2 a day. The bigger we get, the more I tell them, give me more accounts. And now it was a space race. They used to all give me like 3 accounts and 3 accounts, and now they're all giving me like 12 and 15 each. So it's kind of like crazy. So I'm telling them all, I want more accounts to give away to you guys. Tradeify cap is 3K even after the 30 days. Yeah. So it's 3K every 10 days, Matthias. Yeah. So basically with my 5 accounts, I can get 15K every 10 days. Now there's no payout windows anymore. So it's whenever I hit the 10th day per account. So by like just last week, or like over the last 5 or 6 days, I took $3,000 payouts from this buffer here. So probably in the next week, I'll probably take the other 6K. And so every 10 days or so, I'm just popping out, 9 to 15K, which isn't bad at all because it's like, look, I've got $130-something thousand sitting in these accounts that I just got to trade it small and get the payout. So YouTube in Thailand is totally buffering, Joel. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry.
Crazy situation that we have. But he was stunned. But it was just one of those stories. And
do you think SPY can go to 590 today? Probably not today, unless some of the stocks recover. Now, remember, Microsoft lost MHP, Apple lost MHP, so some of the stocks are actually being sold off today. So we need to see the stocks recover. Let's get Apple on the screen because that's kind of important.
I can no longer just.
Apple broke MHP to the downside. We'll see if Apple picks up any steam. But 590. Oh, wait, hold on. Did you say QQQ or SPY? I think SPY can get to 590 today. Maybe not today, but definitely by tomorrow.
I said, well, then you walk away. And
that's a lot. 3% is a lot of movement for expected news like trade war is going to be you know, solved. But the market's definitely not going to sell off. I think we'll probably get there next day or two. Matt K, appreciate you, Matt. Well, appreciate you too, Matt. Thanks, bud. Yeah, for kindly explaining at any time, man. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Kind of like what we're here for. How was the week coming back from the holidays? Well, so we got a trade deal with China. That's new. You missed out on that. Fed came through with no interest rate changes, and Powell's doing the same song and dance of waiting to see the numbers, blah, blah, blah. With a trade deal, though, think of this, guys. With a trade deal, the probability goes up that we do get rate cuts this year. With a trade war in place with huge tariffs on China, the chance was probably zero that we got any rate cuts this year. So Powell and the boys might be back to cutting rates, maybe 25 basis point cuts this year, which is good. How do you enter to win the funded account? Just be here. That's all you have to do. In about 35 minutes, I'll give you instructions on what to do. You just have to be here. Our partners, as I said, they give away 61 accounts every month to give to the stream, and I go buy a whole lot more. I buy Tradeify straight to fundeds to give to you guys because I think you guys should have a funded account instead of a regular account. In the meantime, here's our partners we work with. Use code Rocket Scooter everywhere you go. I take my affiliate dollars and convert them into accounts to give away to you guys as much as I can. Try to give away 2 or 3 per day on stream. I told you guys when we get to 750, I'll start giving away 2 Tradeify straight to fundeds every day at 750. So thank you for supporting the stream. That was crazy. We had 720 viewers this morning. That's insane. We're almost there. But one of the things I do like to say, I'm a very big fan of this brand new, this new Abundant X is a group that's a big Forex group that's coming to futures. They're huge. All the influencers are buzzing about them. I didn't know why. I checked them out. Uncapped profits with 40% consistency, no profit split, and you can DCA. You can martingale yourself to uncapped profits. Okay.
6 months ago.
All right. And then there's no activation fee and no monthly fee. I'm just like, okay. Right here, these guys. And I'm trading with them now. So until while the eating's good, man, while the buffet is out, I'm gonna feast. I've never used Bullinox, not really sure. Contrary, if there's a deal, there won't be a rate cut. Well, if there's no deal, inflation's naturally going to come down. So, I mean, we're close to the 2% target. So with no deal, tariffs will cause inflation. That'll push Powell away from doing any rate cuts, right? Because they're further away from the inflation target. Because tariffs will cause inflation. With a deal, there will be some inflation, but not massive to the roof. You guys remember the Michigan numbers were forecasting 5% inflation on the 12-month target due to the tariffs and trade war. So the Michigan numbers coming out next time should be a lot more stable if there's a trade deal with China. But 5% would make the chances practically zero if we got any kind of rate cut. So you're right. There may not be a rate cut if the inflation is still, and it's slightly going to be higher because of any tariffs, which will have some tariffs, right? But still, I don't think this current rate of tariffs is enough to get rid of the IRS. So those of you probably still have to pay your taxes next year. Can Roxy or Lifetime members participate in the giveaways for the funded accounts? Yeah, you can. For the boot camp accounts, though, you already have the boot camp, so no. How old am I? You asking me on a date? I'm in my 40s, actually. Young 40s. I've been trading for 15 years, man. This is crazy.
Oh, they'll come down a lot. You watch.
Can't believe I've been in this game this long.
They treated us very unfairly.
42, close enough.
They sell us 13 million cards.
Well, thank you.
They sell us their.
I put a whole lot of effort. A lot of effort. I'll tell you guys a secret. I literally put so much effort into shopping for good Botox clinics. I tell you, to get good Botox, you're gonna look young forever. I tell you. A lot of effort. Google the right one. Seriously though, that is 28. Oh, thank you. I started trading when I was 28. We're long today. Yeah, I've been long. I longed once right on that first dip. Made profit. Now I'm chilling. I'm waiting to see because some of the stocks lost MHP, so we got like that negative gamma. So monthly hedge pressure and hedge pressure are gamma exposure levels.
it's a redistribution.
And I'm looking for them to be back to being positive, right?
It's going to be distributed differently. Europe's going to have to pay a little bit more. The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit more, and America's going to pay a lot less. Again, because it's a much smaller population.
Real Matt is this one. This is Algo. That's right. That's right.
So
looking good. Thank you, man. Thank you.
basically,
Work out a lot, eat right, stay hydrated, do your Botox, and don't be in a relationship that ages you. That's actually helpful. Don't let a guy or girl in your life turn your hair white and wrinkle your skin. And don't get in the sun as much. That keeps you looking young. Stay out of the sun. Or use sunscreen. Like, even when you walk to the store or walk to your car to go to the store, use sunscreen. Anybody here date anybody that's Vietnamese? You open up her purse, is like 9 different kinds of sunscreen. My girlfriend's, I get out of the car. She's like, wait. And she's like dabbing my forehead with sunscreen everywhere I go. She's like, I want you looking young forever. All right.
One breast cancer drug costs Americans.
When she gets out of the car, her mom does it to her, and then she does it to her. Everybody's putting a sunscreen on each other. And play with pickle a lot. Yeah, have things in your life that bring you joy. Joy and peace and calmness and happiness. Find good hobbies that don't stress you out.
1/10 that price in Sweden. 1/10 for the.
How'd you guys meet on dating app? Actually, on Hinge. Hinge, the dating app, actually.
But costs less than $40 in the United Kingdom. So $40 in the United Kingdom, which is where this.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
His shot. But think of that. So $40 versus $500 here. That's not even bad. There are much worse examples. And the weight loss drug, Ozempic, costs 10 times more in the United States than in the rest of the developed world. 10 times more. Why? What did we do? Suckers. But we never had a president that had the courage to do this. And nobody knew the system like I do. I mean, I've gotten to know this system so well. And I don't think it's fair that it benefits Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. It's not a good health care. It works. I made it work. I had an obligation to make it work. Or an obligation to let it die. I chose that we had to make it work. I had to make it as good as possible. And I had a choice. I could have let it fail or make it as good as possible. As good as possible means it was still not very good, but it survived. And we did the right thing. But this makes everything work. And I don't want to have a bad form of health care work because of the fact I was able to cut drug prices by 80 or 90%. So we're going to maybe come up with something. I think this gives the Republicans a chance to actually do a health care that's much better than Obamacare and for less money, which if you guys would work on that along with Congress. But I do want to say that Democrats could have done this a long time ago. They have fought like hell for the drug companies, and they knew they were doing the wrong thing. And it's going to be very hard. I was just telling the leader and the speaker that
You met your girlfriend on Bumble? No way. Yeah, dude. Like, I don't have any time to like meet chicks. Although I do go out a lot with my friends, I don't really go through the motions to go out to places and network as much as I used to and socialize as much.
Different from a scoring standpoint. I just told them. I called them up about this. I said, I'm going to do something.
My girlfriend is a doctor. They're either extra with healthy or absolutely don't care because they have depression. This is true. I almost my original career path ultimately. I went to engineering school, but I also was pre-med with it. So throughout college, I was like debating on should I have my engineering. I was double engineering and biology. And, I kind of gave up on biology and I was like, I don't want to be a doctor because I don't want to be like a depressed wreck. I'd rather start a business or do something else with my life. So, but no, she's certainly like super healthy all the time. John says, don't be in a bad relationship. That's the key to staying young. Yeah, that's it. That is the secret right there. Botox and sunscreen. Stay hydrated, stay young, work out a lot, do some kind of, weight-based workout so that you can keep your blood pressure low and your body fat low and do something like yoga. I do yoga twice a week too. I do like boot camp or, you know, CrossFit style fitness like 3 times a week and then yoga twice a week. Because that keeps you mobile and actually lets you move, stay limber. Your bones, your joints stay strong, your legs stay strong, your core stays strong. As you start getting older, I know it's goofy because, like, you know, I'm such a bro about working out. I always thought yoga was corny until I got into it, and I was like, okay, this shit's really tough. I realized, like, I still run fast. I mean, I run a fast mile still. I'm still like, you know, when you start getting older, your backs are hurting, your legs, your joints are hurting and shit. Your feet start hurting when you get out of bed. And yoga helps a whole lot with that, with like muscles, mobility. I'm talking like here, I'm talking like I'm 80 years old. But I'm telling you, once you get past like 30, 35, that's when the body starts going, hey man, by the way, you're starting to get old. And then it starts to be like, holy shit.
This is what we're going to pay. We're not going to pay anymore.
Easy B says, thanks, Matt. In these times of confusion for new traders to keep us new traders sane. Appreciate you, man. No problem. Hope to help. Your twins are almost here. That'll bring you chaos and peace all at once, too. Yeah, but it'll be the best time of your life, though. Seems like Matt was just smart forever. I had the secret recipe, man. Get a good relationship. Does coffee age you? I don't know. That's a thing. I think I have a theory that it does. I have a theory that anything that speeds up your metabolism speeds up your aging. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's any science to that, but anything that causes your body to move faster, just like a machine, you know, a machine decays and wears on number of cycles, right? So your body working overdrive to remove caffeine from it should in theory age you slightly faster, but probably worth it. Probably not even noticeable, but what's the best thing prepping for old age? Oh, good question. I think diet is the most important thing human can have in their life. Diet and habits, like moderation, you know, don't smoke, don't do any kind of like drugs that affect your, you know, organs. You know, if you want to do drugs, psychedelics or like, you know, marijuana, these things won't hurt you in the long run. Don't smoke weed, like eat it. You know, like don't do like drugs that are gonna like kill your body. Don't drink a lot. You know, and then eat well. That's preparing for old age. MDMA once every 3 months. I partake. I go to a lot of music festivals. I'm not against the occasional Molly in moderation. Stretching is very important. Yeah, very important. I stretch every morning right when I get out of bed. But MDMA being a serotonin-based drug, it just affects your happiness, and you permanently can be slightly happier. You know, but yeah, don't do things that are gonna like ruin your body, and eat very well. Like I basically cut a lot of sugar out of my diet and like processed foods and stuff, and that helps tremendously. Minimum days of trading, be able to get paid off for Tradeify on straight to funded 10 days. Getchy. You get paid on the 10th day. But also, if you think about it, there's no eval stage. So usually with most of the prop firms that have an eval stage, it takes like 5 days to pass the eval, then 5 days to get paid. So they basically combine it into one streak. So I've never done kratom, so I don't know if it's good or bad for the body. I don't even know much about it. Running doesn't make you younger, but it slows your internal clock. One thing about running, though, is you have to make sure you run on a good surface. I think if you run on the wrong kind of surface, you can mess your knees up over time. Like you need good shoes and you know, like running on concrete or treadmill, I imagine would like over time could do, you know, wonders on your joints. Ronnie Wise, been married to your best friend for 35 years. Do CrossFit jiu-jitsu for fitness. People are surprised you're 55. Yeah, dude, that's awesome, man. Jiu-jitsu.
I grew up in the Democratic Party.
I got my son in jiu-jitsu, and he loves it. And like for a 7-year-old, he's like super strong. Like that kid like grapples me and like puts my head in like a headlock and stuff. Just like I'm like, how are you this strong at 7? EDC Vegas week, yeah, I know. For real. I do like coffee, but I've also cut coffee out of my diet. to keep blood pressure low. But it sucks because I used to love getting like hyped up on caffeine and Adderall in the mornings and trading like a fucking crazy lunatic. Now I'm like super calm. You got like the calm version of Matt this year. Matt had some like 220, you know, blood pressure scare of 220 over 140. So my doctor was like, you gotta stop with like the caffeine and Adderall. But I'm like, but I get so many more headshots when I play Halo and Call of Duty. I'm so accurate. And I'm just joking around, but I look back, I was like, man, I used to torture myself. I would drink an energy drink and take an Adderall on the same day. I don't know how I survived. I was a 7-year-old. And he is very, very cool. He's a cool kid. He beats me in chess half the time. He's very smart.
He is standing here for the American people. I don't know.
Why does the guy in charge of health not ever sound healthy? I know, right? This is just it's the weird world we live in. Visualizer in his 40s too. Stopped drinking coffee and alcohol last year. Best you felt since you were a team? Getting rid of coffee has made me feel a lot more mentally like calm. I feel like with coffee, I was always like stressed out about something. Now I'm like cooler about it. I think just because I used to drink a lot of it. Like I would drink like sometimes 2 energy drinks a day. So now with a sip of coffee, dude, I get so wired. It's crazy.
Your willingness to stand up for the American people. We have 4.2% of the world's population.
You sick Adderall to be better at chess. Adderall makes you better at everything. Except for sex.
Pharmaceutical companies.
You get too dehydrated. So Adderall does have its Achilles heel. Your son whips your chest every time. Dude, what's with our kids these days being smarter than us? I don't like it. It's YouTube, I tell you, man. These kids, he asks me questions and I'm like, where are you even learning this from? It's like, I watch everything from YouTube.
They're saying America has to pay for this innovation or it's not going to happen. President Trump is saying to our European partners is you got to raise the amount that you're paying for those drugs.
God, he sounds so like...
Oh, that the United States is no longer subsidizing that.
He's struggling talking, man.
Raise the price of their drugs by just 20%. That is $10 trillion.
Is there a reason? I don't know much about RFK Jr. and his health, but why is he so raspy when he talks? He's like he doesn't have a voice. Is Adderall some kind of speed? Yeah, it's methamphetamine salts.
I'm just so grateful to be.
You ever see Breaking Bad? It's basically crystal meth, but
I have a couple of kids
in a pill form.
Are big Bernie Sanders fans, and when I told them that this was going to happen,
he has a vocal cord spasms.
Thought this is never going to happen in our lifetime. And
he had a worm in his brain at some point. What?
Who's willing to stand up for the American people?
Oh my God! Is Adderall legal in the USA? Yeah, it is. It's a controlled substance, but like, dude, like 6 or 7 out of 10 kids are prescribed on it.
On pharmacy pricing and healthcare.
It's like steroids for your brain. It makes you so smart and so quick and so focused. I have severe ADHD though, but I got better over the years without it, especially this year. Like I'm still able to focus on things I'm working on without it. I'm glad I took my quick scalps out of the way. Whenever you have stocks below MHP, guys, just kind of tuning in what we do here. We look at gamma exposure level. So what this is the gamma maximum of exposed options to market makers. And so to the right side of the screen is actually showing you where that flow path is. And I'm looking at stocks like Apple, and Apple started up here and usually will have a flow path to support like this 1B setup. However, Apple broke through and is now resisting, and that's why I'm out of my longs, and I'm glad I'm out of my longs. So because we have stocks pulling through these key levels, that's why I'm not in a super big long from there. I'm waiting for my next pivot to show up. Now, NVIDIA is going to have a really strong pivot at that same point right here. This is the maximum gamma exposure of market makers and monthly options. And this is weekly options, so that's the difference.
That regulates a negotiation process. This is the best price.
So we got NASDAQ at the pivot here, S&P at the pivot here. It's smart trading today, man. I was in and out super quick.
How much on top of the most favored nation price?
Impact red line, yeah. So we call them illiquidity pivots, but this is the support pivot right here. And with NVIDIA breaking MHP as well, that's even crazier.
That means that we are paying in America
Gap fill incoming. Well, maybe not gap fill. That's a little advantageous, but like, you know, maybe some downside. If anything, man, worst case scenario, this is the trajectory. So we're here.
That's the range. As was pointed out by President Trump, half the time we're paying 3 times.
Gap
more
fill would
than
be
other countries. It doesn't make any sense
like
for the
here.
system. That stated, President Trump has over and over again indicated.
I would say if the trade war is finding a resolve, that gap will stay open forever. So a gap fill will probably only, because remember, we gapped up on the news. The gap fill only comes for like the anti-news. So probably here and maybe here, worst case scenario to there. But this was the trajectory before the, you know, the European markets kind of took over right after Asian close. So we look at this trajectory as probably like the pace or path we need to be on. So gap fill would be insane though. If we filled this gap today, oh, that would be nuts. That would be knocking futs.
The 4 of us up here. Together with people
that would be insane though. Gaps must fill type of index. Yeah, that's totally. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how close. I would say that this is the potential long setup I could probably take. So we're getting pretty close. S&P's there. Nasdaq is getting close as well. And volatility's picking up just a little bit. Now the question is, do I want to long it?
As Secretary Kennedy said, for the first time, we have a thoughtful and aggressive approach. Thanks to President Trump.
Do I want to wait until we tap and long it?
Should give all Americans confidence that this is
I'm highly regarded, so I know nothing. No, it's okay. No, nobody knows anything about the stock market. It's just random. We don't know anything about it.
American people. Mr. President, God bless you.
You don't remember about there's a class called illiquidity pivots, say you.
So I teach economics.
Right. This could be a bounce point. Nvidia's at a strong pivot. We'll see. 683 is right there on the edge. Dude, man, it's kind of scaring me though. But no, I think I'm okay. Nasdaq there, S&P there. Should I do micros again?
Make sure that those
I should do some micros.
become much closer to equal, like a competitive market you'd expect. Right now, what's happening is the American people are subsidizing in large fraction.
This is a scary long, I'm not going to lie, but Nvidia is at a key pivot point.
With this new order, Europe will share the burden of that. And in fact, if you may think of it as like as somehow it's like it's going after drug companies, actually it's helping drug companies. Because what we're also going to do with this order, what President Trump has done with this order, is he's said to European governments.
I'll take one long on my
drug companies by
what's it called?
Them to charge very, very low prices. We're going to defend American drug companies
on my
in Europe.
Fund
At the
index.
same time, we're standing up for the American
Older
consumer
field.
who's been paying far too high prices for far too long. I can go
I'll pop it with some micros on my funded
point
next.
To, congressional report after government report after government report of tremendously
Older
high
field.
much higher than the rest of the world, and nothing has been done about it until this moment. And
Okay.
I'm really, really proud, President Trump, that you've done this. I'm really proud to be included in this and looking forward to the work ahead.
Thank you.
We're close enough. I'll build some micros around this
President.
position here.
On behalf of the many doctors I've talked to about this very issue, thank you for taking the bull by the horns. Presidents on both sides of the aisle have talked about this. And
That's the
floated
question.
it,
Do
and
I
said
want to
they
grab
wanted
along
do it.
here?
So
Maybe on the
you
next
have the
red candle, I'll
courage to
pop
do
one
it.
on this one as well.
Thank you. I've been a surgical oncologist at Johns Hopkins for 22 years, and I have seen patients
I'll build a couple micros.
suffer.
Just a couple
We have
micros.
taken oath to heal patients and then watch their life get ruined
Two.
financially.
This is a key support at Nvidia, so hopefully we get a nice little clean bounce
Going
there.
down the drain with GoFundMe campaigns, raising money from church communities and synagogues and friends they haven't seen in 20 years to try to raise money for what? For a
So I'm starting to enter in
system where
along
Americans
as well at
have
the
been
same
getting
spot here.
ripped off
S&P and
by
Nasdaq are
10,
bouncing in a
12,
similar
15
place.
times higher prices than
Red
we've seen in
line.
other countries.
Clean and
The
easy. That was
fundamental
pretty
problem
simple
in healthcare is
setup.
We've had non-competitive markets.
Waited all
We
morning
can
for
move
that.
things around the edges, or we can transform those markets
That's pretty fucking
to
easy.
competitive markets, and that's what this
By the
executive
book.
order does today. Imagine buying a Ford.
Let's get a nice little retrace. One more green candle on that. I'll take profit just to take here. Let's see if I get it.
Hearing that people in London are buying it for $10,000
Just
every
to there.
day, all day long. That is the craziness of this system. We're going
Let's
to
see if we
do
get it.
everything we can at the FDA to support this executive order. It's transformative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, everybody. I think it's a very important day. In many ways, you have, we'll start with the Houthis. We go to Pakistan and India. We go to what we did with China, the trade deal, and with UK. And by the way, many other deals are coming in very much. At a certain point, we'll just set the price because we know where we are. But we'll just set the price. But world trade is going to be terrific, and our country is going to be making a lot of money. Taxes are going to go down. Taxes are going to go down very, very substantially. But you look at all.
Hopefully
of the
NVIDIA
things
doesn't
that
break
we've done, and
MHP.
now today, I'm heading over. We'll see what we're going to do with respect to Iran. I think you have very good things happening there too. By the way, I think
I'm starting to build long positions all through here at red
I
line.
think that they are talking intelligently.
So-
We're in the midst of talking to them, and they're right now acting very intelligent. We want Iran to be wealthy and wonderful and happy and great, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. And so I think they understand that I mean business, and I think they're being very reasonable thus far. And don't underestimate Thursday in Turkey.
So hopefully NVIDIA holds the fort here. I'm looking for long pressure on NVIDIA to keep this from selling off too hard. But we have seen like Apple and some other stocks
By the way, we're going to have to make
use
a
this MHP level.
decision on the sanctions, which we may very well relieve. We may take them off of Syria because we want to give them a fresh start. But President Erdogan
Just
asked me
building
about that. Many
micros up in
people have
here,
asked me about
just in
that,
case some
because the
market
way we have them
rallies. So
sanctioned, it doesn't really give them much of a start. So we want to see if we can help them out. So we'll make that determination. But I think
red line to retrace, probably a good spot.
The meeting wasn't going to take place. I insisted that that meeting take place.
All right, giveaway in 24 minutes, you guys. Just hang tight.
Thursday meeting in Turkey between Russia and Ukraine. And I believe the
Trading
two
my
leaders
fund
will
index
be
is
there.
finally
I was thinking
funded,
about
which is
flying
looking
over. I don't
nice.
know where I'm going to be on Thursday.
Ooh,
I've got
that's
so
not
many
good.
meetings.
I don't like candles looking like
But,
that.
I was thinking about actually flying
Ew.
over there. There's a possibility of it, I guess, if I think things can happen. But we got to get it done. We got to save 5,000 lives a week. 5,000 lives is really more than that. It's worse
I
than
don't like that.
And when you see and you don't want to see it, but when you see the satellite photographs of the battlefield with arms and legs and heads all over the place, separated by 30 yards from bodies, doesn't make sense.
There are there's a lot of profit taking. It's interesting to see some of the stocks lose their momentum here.
End that bloodbath.
But I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
Too many questions. It's been covered
Resiliences
pretty
are still
well.
positive. Market's still stable.
Taking questions. Two quick ones for you.
Who doesn't like money? I know. I love money.
If a longer-term deal is not reached with China at the end of these 90 days, can the American people expect those tariffs to go back up to 145%?
Now they asking the real questions. Okay, rip to my position.
You know, at 145, you're really decoupling because nobody's going to buy. But they can go, they got very high because of additional tariffs I applied during the course.
All right, I have a
of
feeling that he's going to say
other
something.
things.
The market's going to
No,
dip
but they
really
did
far and just like slap me
substantially.
in the face.
Mr. President,
I think you will have a deal, however.
Okay, you're confident that there will be a deal. On Qatar, has Qatar asked for anything in exchange for that $400 million luxury jumbo?
I kind of,
And
while
how
we're
can
sitting here, I'm
American
forgetting that
people
Trump
be
is
so sure
talking
that they will
still.
not in the future?
Well, I think what happens with the plane is that, we're very disappointed that it's taking Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. We have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take
He's
a look
78,
at
feels like he's
that
been
compared
talking
to
for
the
77
plane
years.
Of the equivalent, stature at the time, it's not even the same ballgame. You look
Trump,
at
say
some of the,
something. Say something good.
Arab countries and the planes they have parked alongside of the United States of
Come
America
on.
plane. It's like from a different planet. And
Don't
it's
say anything
close to 40
bad.
Years old, might be more
Well,
than 40 years old now. And
I remember being in a trade while Trump
when I
is
first
talking
came
is
in,
always
I
a bad idea.
Signed an order to get it built. I took it over from the Obama administration. They had originally agreed. I got the price down much lower. And then
You used to avoid trading in Cuba. I trade it much more lately. Any specific reason? No, I just I used to avoid it a lot because of the volatility that it would come with and the spread and the bid ask. But these days I trade a lot more just because I have more confidence in our style and system. I'm more accurate with it, so it works a whole lot better. As the years gone by, you know, rocket scooter stuff has become insanely more powerful.
Another mess that I inherited from Biden.
Nvidia lost MHP. Yeah, it's losing MHP for sure.
And I think Qatar, who has really, we've helped them a lot over the years.
Let's go. Let's go. Just to retrace. I'll take the scalp. Just to retrace.
Very, very nicely.
I've got it in 5 of my accounts.
Qatar. And I think they knew about it because they buy Boeings. They buy a lot of Boeings. And they knew about it. And they said, we would like to do something. And if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our defense.
Start taking profit right on the retrace. Just a second scalp, the same trade twice in a row, kind of.
A couple of years while they're building the other ones.
I'm gonna close out right at that halfway point. Hit it. Hit it. Again, I'm not scalping for the big ups today. I'm just trying to take some smaller trades just to kind of put something up on the board here.
And it helps us out because, again, we're talking about we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great
Red lines, man, is such a strong. We teach that in our boot camp, by the way.
I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person, say, no, we don't want.
Let's roll it, baby. Come on, break highs. Let's go. Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
I thought it was a great gesture. And I think it was a gesture because of the fact that we
profit, and done. Oh, my God. Let's go. Well, actually, this one, too. This is only micros on the stream. But man, that's great. All right.
Qatar,
another trade, another win. I'm closed, fully flat. Again, I'm just scalping. I don't care about the big ups.
Right now. And I think
scalping.
This was just a gesture of good faith. And
I also made $1,050 in my funded account with what's it called? The Funded Next.
In years out.
Straight up. Funded account, Funded Next, $1,000. Tradeify today for $5,600. Just scalping. I don't need to pick the direction right. AB. Now again, right, watching stocks lose this MHP, not so good, but I'm proxy watching Nvidia to take a bounce off a monthly hedge pressure like the liquidity map shows. And so I'm expecting this to maybe bounce through here. This could be the V for the rest of the day, and I might miss out on a big up. I don't care. I scalped that, and this is, you know, almost $6,000, so I'm good. Funded Next was one E-mini. That's it. One E-mini on NASDAQ.
We hope that we're going to have other.
That's really heavy, too, for this size of an account. I should be trading micros with it, but red line's a really strong pivot, so I trust it.
They were explaining
Thank you.
the trials and tribulations.
So I'm up. What is this? 128 plus 6. I'm almost at 136 now on Tradeify.
That's a lot. I didn't realize because we got a lot out. You know, we got a lot of hostages out. I think you will acknowledge.
Profit target hit Funded Next. Good job. So Bruce, yeah, the first time because they're like on European time schedule.
Mostly sun.
They're in Dubai. So like they're in that area of the world. It takes usually a day to turn it over. So you're going to get your like KYC done and then they give you your account the next day. It took me, I think, 2 days to get it.
But came up to me when I first met her and she said, "Sir, please."
So after today, when you pass, then it triggers the KYC, then you do the KYC, and then the next day you should be getting your account. But only the first time you have to do KYC.
He were alive. The level of
comes down to the red line. It's going to bounce to the upside. Yeah, so the red line is a key area for support. If you're bullish on the news, that's the support for the news. Impact red line is one of the most key illiquidity pivots off of this particular move is one of the key pivots that you can learn how to do. We teach this in our boot camp. It's such a strong pivot. It's so strong, it's actually mentioned in our cheat sheet.
They said 59. In fact, they came out.
So down here at the bottom, like when you're strong pivots, red lines are considered pivots to long off of. It's not explicitly stated here, but red lines and yellow lines are pivots to long off of. So we call them, those are the code words, but they're called illiquidity pivot and margin buffer limit pivot. So it's a futures exploit. We teach this stuff in our boot camp, yeah. As the best straight to funded program, Tradeify is the gold standard. There's not that many straight to funded programs out there. This other one called Top One just rug pulled all of its customers though with rule changes. So
Well, we're not even talking about
I would
that.
avoid, you know, people that are doing that until they get their shit together. But Tradeify, gold standard. That's who I use all of them.
Many plants, they've left Mexico in a few cases. In a few cases, they've left Canada. They're not going to build in Canada. They're going to.
You have a DOM for each account. I have a DOM for each account. I scale in as I see fit. I do not at all copy trade. The trick to making six-figure payouts and hundreds of $1,000s with prop firms is to do zero copy trading. Don't watch what the influencers do. They all suck at trading. I promise. Copy trading is a way for you get you guys to blow up faster and use their code more. It's a science. They laugh at you behind your back when you copy trade. They copy trade, so if they hit a home run, they can say they made $1 million payout, but then they strike out every day, and so do you, and then they make $1 million affiliate, and they all laugh behind your back at how easy it is to make money. Don't copy trade. It's an influencer trick to make you blow up faster. So split up your risk, and I'm just like, I'm building my position like on this red candle. I'm just longing in one account, longing another account. If it was an overshoot, I'd long in a couple more and just build my position here such that the risk of blowing up is only at the top accounts. And my first account I got in was in micros. So even the first one I got in small, the one on the stream. And as it dipped further, I was adding minis to the positions. And that's how I did it. Is it legal to change rules after the purchase of an account, breach a contract? It is not legal, Michael, but they offer you a refund as a condolence. Like, sorry, we're changing the rules and breaking the contract and changing the contract, but we'll allow you to get a refund, therefore it's legal. So you just wasted your time, you get a refund, but that's kind of like, well, nobody wants to waste their time, right?
If I felt it would be important toward getting the deal done,
You should make rule changes not apply to previous customers. The rule change should be like, we're applying a rule now for all accounts that start now forward, and that's the new rule. Everyone else, you're still cool, but if you have to rapidly change your rules like that and affect everyone off of refunds, it's because you're reaching insolvency. And they actually released this thing that was like, we're paying 87% of our income to payouts. So they were risking insolvency, and that was an urgent change to fight off insolvency, going under. Bad risk management from the firm's side. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, Michael. So like, you know, like I said, and the influencer multi-marketing scheme that came with it at the front, I was just like already turned off by it.
And we don't want to see people be killed.
And honestly, you know, nothing personal, but the people that they chose to like be their like crew of influencer traders, they picked like these small and unnamed medium influencers that nobody knew. And half of them look like tools and sound like tools, and none of them are profitable. And they just are pushing multi-level marketing on all of the bigger names. Hey, bro, get in on this. And we're just like, who the fuck are you? No. Sounds fishy. The rules sound unsustainable. Even Brad said that at the start. And they were. You would have to offer people refunds if you're that close to blowing up as a firm. A real firm that's offering rule changes would say, starting from today, all new accounts, new rule. And that's okay. Like, but if you make somebody waste weeks of their time and then say, oh, by the way, we're changing the rules on you, you can get a refund if you want. And fuck that.
Is terrible. I have people that live in South Africa. They say it's a terrible situation taking place. So we've
a ton of rule changes. I'm not going to give them any more space on my stream.
Violence and come here. Yeah.
We're talking about it. Did y'all make bank on the news? Oh yeah, BB dude, I did. Like, well, I did whatever's on the stream. I think what's that, 4 or 5, 5,600. I made 1,000 in my funded next.
Non-monetary tariffs, yeah.
You can copy trade your 5 Tradeify accounts. I don't copy trade at all, Austin. No. I'm like one of the few people out there to specifically teach to use your accounts to DCA. If you don't copy trade, let me tell you something cool. Okay. As an example, let's use this NVIDIA, right? So look on my screen off to the right. NVIDIA has a pivot. By the algorithm telling me there's a pivot off the orange line, and algorithm telling me there's a pivot off the blue line. I've got 2 places to trade from. They're both really strong pivots. As a matter of fact, this orange line bounces 90% of the time. This blue line bounces 80% of the time. Just give you a number. Okay. So I have 2 really strong pivots in 5 accounts. What if above the pivot I longed 1 in 1 account, below this pivot I longed 1 in second account. And then down here, I longed 2, 2, and 2 in the other 5 accounts. Now I've got all of my accounts finally long, but I built my long position around 2 strong pivots. In each individual pivot, I built my positions around as well. I've always traded like this. And on my worst day with Tradeify, I think I only busted 2 accounts. Randomly, throughout the course of this, I might bust 1 account every week or 2, and that's it. Now I don't. For months, I haven't busted an account. But at the start. So on a bad day, most of my accounts would make money when one might bust. And that's really what you want to do until you build a buffer. And then once you have a buffer in the account, then you can trade copy trading better. But copy trading is adding all your risks to one basket. Copy trading is the same thing as saying, I'm going all in at this pivot. So instead, you spread your risk out and you have a much better chance of actually making money in your account. Spread the risk out, dude. And I'm telling you, it milks the prop firms because your risk is so low if you bust. Copy trading, every one of my accounts is going to look like this. The one you saw in the stream actually was the least performing one because I got in on it first. And so bigger position as you get to your stronger pivots, and then you X out of all of it there. So if I have 2 strong pivots, then I'm going to play both of them. I'm going to actually spread my risk out in each one of the pivots that way. And the ones closer to my stop, I'll even put into a bigger position. The ones further away, a smaller position. So as you watched me today, I was like 3 micros, then 1 mini, and then 1 mini, and then they took off, right? And that's basically how to do it. Never copy trade, dude. I'm telling you, the influencers laugh because I'm friends with everybody. We're all friends. Well, I'm going to tell you, they all laugh at how easy it is to make money. You know, the prop affiliate payouts are like 6 figures a month for most everybody, including me. I make 6 figures a month from prop affiliates. Okay. It's stupid how much money they get. And now I can make it so much bigger if I copy traded on stream and took maximum risk and you guys blew up 20 Apex accounts alongside me and you use my code to re-up. Okay. They all laugh. Yeah, like I just copy trade, and if I win big, then I can post that I made a big win, and then if I blow up, then I made, you know, $5,000-$6,000 of commissions that day because everyone else blew up. Completely unethical. So, but the point is that they're not trying to cheat you. They're just taking max risk because it pays out either way. Insane how that works. Okay. So don't copy. You guys want to start being prop firms? Don't copy trade. If I told you to copy trade, I could probably 2x my affiliate revenue. I'm telling you, don't. For you winning, my job is to teach you guys how to milk these prop firms of money. Don't copy trade. I have financial incentive to tell you otherwise. I'm telling you the truth. Do not copy trade. I don't do it. Spread your risk out. At minimum, if you have 20 accounts with Apex, break them up into like 5 groups and maybe copy trade 4 accounts in groups of 5. So at least split up your accounts into like 4 or 5 different entry points if you can. So my Apex, I would quote unquote copy trade 4 times 5. So I'd have 5 different groups of 4. And so I'd hit 4 accounts, then 4 more accounts, and 4 more accounts. That's because I don't want 20 DOMs on the stream. But other than that, spread your risk out. You will make so much more money if you do that. And you'll blow up less. You'll spend a lot less.
How can they vote against it when drug prices?
You start off trading, but it's weird because I make profit and take scalps, so like you can't read the graphs and see any signals, but I'm 5,000 up. Any tips thinking about just joining the boot camp? Join the boot camp. Okay, everybody here, if you've done the boot camp, do me a favor because I'll do a boot camp giveaway. In 8 minutes, we're doing a giveaway. Everybody, you know the drill. Let me get the bot out really quick. We're doing a Tradeify straight to funding giveaway. For those of you that stuck around, I love y'all. Thank you very much.
Or whatever it is, or I could say thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer.
Joining the Scooter crew here, guys. By the way, my name's Matt. I'm the CEO of Rocket Scooter, the trading platform you see on the screen. I actually built this. I also run a company called Rocket Place, which is a digital marketplace for traders that host their own businesses and trade rooms. It's kind of like WAP, except it's free. So if you guys have a trade room or know friends that have a trade room, or you have a trading community, Rocket Place is a WAP equivalent that's got better features for traders and it's free. So why? Because fuck you, WAP. That's why.
and then not receive
So anyways,
benefits.
my stuff is on Marketplace. You can see it's a marketplace. You can shop for other vendors and traders that sell things. Any of you guys, you know, these are a lot of our friends and vendors we work with. You can set up your trading business, Discord bots, automatic Discord role allocation, customer management system, everything. And yeah, so I'm on the marketplace myself. Let's do Tradeify. Hold on, let me get the bot going here. Hold up. Where's my bot? Hold up. Hold up. We like to do a giveaway every single day at 11 o'clock Eastern.
We finally have a president standing up for the American people. That's not a quote from me. That's a quote from RFK Jr.
All right. Good job. Good job. Okay, everybody in chat, type in the word Tradeify. Anyway, a funded account. A funded account. One of you is about to become funded trader. Out the door. Intraday. All right. What's up, Kaizen? Kaizen's in here from ETF. We love our friends over at ETF. And ETF, we have giveaway every single Friday. ETF Friday is one of our favorites. Kaizen, dude, your static account by far is now officially the gold standard of static accounts. I don't know what you guys like thought when y'all put that together, but man, I am so excited. I love static accounts. They're never any good because they're always such a tight drawdown. An ETF has a static account with a $2,000 drawdown. It's insane. Nobody does that. Hey, come on in. What? What? Hold on, guys. Wait, I have to show you something. Look at this, guys. Hold on. Wait, let me take the syrup off so it doesn't do this. iDoc's been baking, and this girl's been making cookies, like sugar cookies. We're throwing this huge Memorial Day party. So she's been practicing cookies. And the best thing for my sugar-free diet is to give me cookies for breakfast. So thank you very much. Look at this. She specially made this heart because she loves you guys so much. Dude, look at this. Doesn't this look like the cookies you get at the supermarket that you go to the deli, you know, at like Memorial Day or 4th of July? They're like red, white, and blue icing and stuff. She make these things from scratch.
That was like the broken one, but I see.
Dude, and Eggos and eggs. Thank you. Usually we have like almost 800 people in stream today.
Yeah,
I told them how we met on a Hinge. I told them the story.
Did?
Yeah. They were like, where can I meet a good girl from? I was like, dating apps of all things.
Yeah.
I usually strike out, but I got lucky this time.
I struck out on the other apps.
You struck out on this one too. You could have done so much better.
I agree.
You could have done a whole lot better.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just here. Here because I have nothing better.
That's so funny. I'm getting hot in here. Is it hot to you?
It's warmer than the rest of the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is now good.
What is it? No, it's like, I think it's just because it's summer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was telling you that. I was like, be careful during summer. It's gonna get super hot.
Yeah. All the new folks on the stream, you guys don't know, this is iDoc. Where's Pickle?
He's gone.
Where's Pickle today? He's getting his hair did.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. So these are our two mascots for the stream here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the old eye doctor here and old ball and chain. And then Pickle the dachshund is getting his he's getting
his dick cut.
his dick cut and a blueberry face mask apparently.
I opted in for the blueberry face mask this time. I had to ask them, what am I paying the extra $15 for? And
Ryan,
they said, it's a shampoo that makes the face smell so good. So when you kiss the dog, it's like you're eating and slurping blueberry jam.
you think I make a lot of money with affiliate sales? Is where it all goes. You suck. Ryan says, "What up, Minu?" He says, "Hey."
Hi.
Yeah. So basically, a blueberry face mask for a dog is a marketing scheme. It's blueberry scented shampoo for a dog. I could rub blueberries on his face for free. Okay. How much do we have to pay for that?
I don't know, but are you gonna come with me to pay for his
Yeah.
thing?
What time?
I think we're picking up around like 1.
Okay. that add-on's more than $20, I'll be insanely
I'll
mad.
pay the $20. You can just
Are you
take care of
kidding
the
me?
rest.
Blueberry face mask. I don't get a blueberry face mask ever. Are you kidding me?
You used to.
Yep.
You used to get snail jizz on your face. That's even better than
Dude,
blueberry face
one
mask.
time I was laying in bed and she was like, sit up. And I'm like, what? Because did you hear me telling them today about you always putting sunscreen on my face?
I always do.
Yeah, like you guys are always putting sunscreen. You're always like, put sunscreen on.
Oh yeah, on your face. It's the best anti-aging cream.
Yeah, it's like I was like, when we all get out of the car, there's a bunch of Vietnamese people. Everybody's like rubbing each other's faces in the car before we leave. So they were like asking why I looked so young. I was like, oh yeah, Vietnamese girlfriend with the sunscreen. That's why. But like this, so wait, what was I saying before that? Yeah, so she came in and she's like, sit up real quick, and then she starts rubbing this like goopy stuff all over my face, and I was like, what is this? She's like, no, it's gonna make your face really nice. I'm like, no, but like, what is it? And she's like, I don't want to tell you. You won't like it. And I was like, why? And she's like, because you'll think it's gross. And I'm like, it feels gross. Like, what are you putting on my face? And she goes, well,
It's a combo. Well, it depends on the day. Some days it's placenta, and other days it's snail jizz.
yeah. Clip that, you guys. Literally, the secret is snail jizz and placenta. So that's the secret to anti-aging, apparently. It was kind of like, well, it's kind of like, I don't know if you guys were talking about that movie Demolition Man, when Sylvester Stallone eats the rat burger and he's eating, he's like, well, it's the best damn burger I've ever had. And he's like, I don't see any cows around here. And he's like, oh yeah. And she goes, he's carne de rata. And he's like, rat burger. He takes another bite. He's like, well, that's the best damn burger I've ever had. It's always kind of like the same thing. I was like, snail jizz. Feels kind of nice. All right.
Bye.
Bye. Are you 1 o'clock?
I don't know, 1 or 2, but I have to be in Southwest.
Okay.
Hopefully I'll get him before.
All right. Yeah, I'll come with you.
Okay. Bye.
All right. I'm gonna kiss that dog with his blueberry face. Blueberry. All right. You wonder how they collect the snail stuff? I would be thinking like I didn't even think about that. Like what's the collection mechanism? Do they hand the snails paper cups and a Playboy and just say, let us know when you're done, just push the button, we'll let you out? Or is that somebody's job to, with like a little pair of tweezers to fondle the snails to extract? Or is this like surgically removed? It's like, what do you do for a living? Oh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Tiny, I'm talking like tiny little tweezers. All right, let's go. All right, guys, get ready. We're gonna roll the dice here. You guys know the drill. Type Tradeify in chat. We're giving away a straight to funded account today. Super excited. You guys know the rule. We got to get out the money printer because the money printer goes brrr. Okay. And then after this, we'll give away a bunch of boot camp seats because I love giving away boot camp seats. We start that today.
Everything rocket scooter. All you need and all you own. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter's the best. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter's the best.
Rocket Scooter's best system at the wow. Okay, this whoever's name pops up, you're now becoming a funded trader with Tradeify. Jerome Silor. You've got 1 minute to say something in chat, buddy. Okay, guys, gotta stop typing Tradeify now. Contest is over. But we do one every day, so I mean, come here every day. Jerome. Typing in no way in chat, bro. Congratulations. You now have a 50K straight to funded account with Tradeify. Funded, bro. Congrats. Congrats. Bow, 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 bow. Good deal. All right, bud. I'll give you instructions after the stream further, but what you need to do is get 2 instructions. What's up, Samlin? How you doing, bud? All right, so what you're gonna do is go into your YouTube from your account, Jerome. I'll give the instructions once. Go into your YouTube account, top left of the screen, take a screenshot of you so that I know that it's you, your profile. Go to Discord, send me a message. My Discord's in the description below. Actually, everybody go into the Discord. We do all kind of contests and stuff there. Send me a message, Matt, top right of the screen. Don't listen to the scam bots that message you pretending they're me. That's not me. You message me, send me that picture, say, hey, it's me. I'll give you your code tonight. Congrats, man. Do Lifetime have automatic boot camp? Yes, they do. Let me tell you guys something about the boot camp, all right? Our trader training program is one of the most substantial trader trading programs there is, I promise. I'll read you some of the reviews really quick. And again, day trading education is garbage, okay? There's a lot of nonsense out there. People selling you charting, trading techniques, candle techniques, all this stuff. It's all, you can learn anything for free. Ours is not a chart reading class. Ours is not an indicator, candle, none of that. It's a betting masterclass, how to bet properly as a trader. And it is insanely compacted information for $1 a class for 20 classes. That's it. It's 20 bucks. And again, the reason my marketplace is free because fuck you, WAP. The reason my trading class is only 20 bucks because fuck you, everyone else. Okay, we want to be substantial and not milk traders of their money. So if you read the reviews, game changer, worth every penny, completely different, great idea. I'm reading it. Great insight and stuff. I'm a new member. I've been profitable ever since. Product is revolutionary. The quality and coaching is exceptional. Just scrolling down. Instead of traditional trading courses, this course focused on teaching the mechanics of trading, taxes and fees. Information about CME Group is very useful. Listen, this is honest review. There is nothing out there like this program. If you're a new trader, an intermediate, even a long-term trader, wow, this will blow your mind. I actually don't even remember reading this one. Thank you, bud. These are the customers and what they bought. So I didn't incentivize you to write reviews. This is legitimately people's honest opinions, and they really like the bootcamp because it's 20 bucks. And then 3 days, within 3 days, we'll give a refund if you don't like it, if you bought it. But in the meantime, let's give away some free seats to the bootcamp because we start today. The class is recorded if you can't make it live, so you can tune in and watch at your leisure. Okay? It's a video every single day. Is that a duplicate review near the top? Did somebody leave a review twice? Oh, I don't know. You can leave a review on each product that you buy. So, like an example, this person left a review on the Mindset Masterclass. The same person left a review on Lifetime. So you're allowed to leave one review for each product. So this is the product that they left a review on, and it's just all in the same spot. So this person left a review on the course and a review on Lifetime platform membership. I didn't even actually notice that until you said something. But yeah, okay. So let's give away some bootcamp seats. And we start today. And again, what it is there's a video course, but what we do is the video plays and we watch it together. I'm in there, and then I stop the video to explain what's going on, how the technique applies to the current market conditions, and we talk about current market conditions. So like, for instance, in the boot camp, we started way back in, all right, contest is over. All right. We actually started the boot camp last August, and the market conditions have been completely changing, right? Bear market, bull market, bear market. So this is the first time that we're doing the boot camp from a bull market perspective since maybe September, October, right? So it's been a while. So this is the best time because we're going to teach everything from a bull market perspective as well to go with it. You can watch the videos recorded if you can't tune in, or you can tune in live to get extra bonus with it. So the winner was announced, the Tradeify contest. Today, since we're starting today, we'll give away 10 seats. And that's it. I know I told you guys Friday was the last giveaway, but I'll do 10 more seats. All right. Everybody in chat, I want you to type boot camp. If you haven't entered or you're not already a member or you aren't already a lifetime member or a platform member, boot camp is free if you already are a member. Type in boot camp. All right, so I need your help again, Matt, if you're here. We can't do the drawing on the screen because I'm not going to spin the wheel 10 times. But one of my mods, if somebody's here, I'm going to give you a list of names. We'll type it. Actually, I can do it myself. Actually, no. Somebody here with ChatGTP, maybe Matt if you're here. Matt, you're here. Okay, cool. We're going to throw your names in the ChatGTP and draw 10 names. So I'm giving you guys 200 bucks today. I'm donating 20 boot camp seats. You can come for the whole month for free, believe it or not. Type in boot camp. All the methods that we learn and that we show you here and teach here, you know, Rocket Scooter is a team of mathematicians that put together a trading platform. I'm one of them. We created everything we do here. This is all of our own original ideas. It's all statistical based. I'm going to tell you some of our pivots that we teach while you guys are entering. We're going to give you a list of the strongest setups we've taken. I've taken some of them almost every day on the stream. You're going to learn this. Under ideal conditions, this is a 90% bounce. This is an 80% bounce. This is a 90% bounce. Under volatile or crazy conditions, this is 70. This is 70. This is 90% under this condition. This is 90% under this condition. We have pivots that are statistically working 90% of the time. Again, I can't promise you trading results ever. The back test, these are back test results of our pivots. And I've been trading Rocket Scooter since I made it, and I haven't used anything else but our pivots. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm out of draw everybody's names out of here. Okay. Okay, good job. All right, so here's the names. Hold up. My mod's going to throw you guys into ChatGTP and let it pick 10 names. We got this problem the other day when I was doing the wheel spinning. And it was like, hold on. Get the names on here. I did this last time. Where is my... Oh, here it is. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Alrighty, let me do this. View page source. This last time. Why is it not showing up this time? Let me try this again. Oh, I know why. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. All right, guys. Stop entering boot camp. Okay, I'm having an issue getting the names extracted from this again. I did the page source last time, but it didn't show up. Let me try this one more time. Hold on. Go to the console then. Give me a second, guys. Last time it worked when I ripped the names out of the page source. All right, I need my browser experts to help me out here. Inspector last time? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Let's see if I can just do inspector. Yeah, how do I do this? Yeah, I want to get the list of people though. I don't want to rip people one at a time. Let's go. Yeah, I have the list of people, but I don't. Here, let me do this. All right. List. Okay. Panel. User list panel. Panel center. Oh. They're listed one at a time in inspector. I think last time I just did page source. No. Yeah, the source will be just for the initial HTML. Yeah, that's what I did last time. Let me try one more thing. Let me do participants. I have the list of names, but I can't just copy and paste it. It's going to be like... So in the message room? Okay, cool, bud. Yeah, give me 1 second, guys. Let me think about how I'm going to do this. Let me see if I can't. So here's the problem I had last time. So the bot itself, and then I'm kind of struggling with this. The bot itself doesn't let me just copy and paste everybody or export all these names. So the thing that I can't do is find and just extract this list from this website. I don't have a problem doing that. Right now, I'm holding off on this. There were 2 scalps from here to take longs off of, and I think the market's still a buy from here. Elements or inspector, maybe an elements. Yeah, I went to inspector, but the problem is the names are buried individually one at a time, so I can't get a list. Yeah. UL tag probably, yep. So I'm looking for Control J. Inspector. Try one more time here. So I'm getting Matt. This is what I got last time. On the inspector, I can get, okay, this is all the different parts of this. Participants. And each one of them is here. The problem is that I only have them one at a time. And I forgot what I did last time to get these guys out of this list. I fixed stop loss points, John, every single time. How do I do the copy? You guys remember, I'm not a web developer, so tell me where I should copy. Just copy the whole UL. That's what I did last time. Let's try this. So this is as good as I can get it, but maybe you can take it from here because this is basically, you can rip out the, yeah, so you can take it from here, Matt. Yeah, you got this. Okay, cool. That's what I was trying to go further than that and do you some work. That's what I did earlier. And then maybe you can get it from there. Okay. Just do 10. That's what I did, but I was like, well, maybe I can like copy and paste the list, but Matt can rip all that text out of there. So these are all the entries. Okay, good. All right. Trust me when I say I'm a math programmer, not a web programmer. So I'm probably like a skill set of 3 out of 10 when it comes to programming, but good enough. First 10 names should be shuffled, random, automatically. He's going to probably throw it in chat GTP or something. Chat GTP will do everything from here, yeah. You could... Last time the list didn't work for you, so go to the traditional way. LOL, yeah. So it's a stop loss. My traditional stop loss, I have 2 rules, okay? Here's the rule we teach you in the boot camp. So by the way, 10 of you guys will win free boot camp. The rest of you, it starts today. Don't miss out on this. For 20 bucks, we've had thousands of people go through it, I promise. If you want trading education, risk management, how to beat trader funding programs, one of the classes is actually called How to Game the System, trader funding programs. So one of the rules I teach you is there's 2 different modes of volatility. And there's a number that we give you once a month in VIX. It's a key level to understand. It has to do where VIX contango and backwardation is. It's a thing that has to do with futures. You may not know what that means, but that's okay. It's one level that we give you in VIX every Tuesday before the 3rd Wednesday of every month. And as long as VIX is trading below that key level, then you're in mode 1. If VIX is above that level, you're in mode 2. And stop losses are based on which mode that you're in. VIX will tell you everything about how much pivots overshoot and not. Right now, we are in VIX mode 1, where it's clean market, clean pivots, okay? No overshooting. Number 2 is a volatile market where a lot of overshoot. Okay, that's overshoot, I promise. You see how NVIDIA hit the pivot and it's clean? Do y'all see that? NVIDIA's pivot? It's clean, no overshoot because we're in mode 1. In clean pivots, I typically do 10 points ES and 40 points NASDAQ, which is actually equal to 1 strike distance in the equivalent ETF. So in ETF being QQQ and SPY, 1 point QQQ is 40 point NASDAQ, 1 point SPY is 10 points ES. The balancing act is that those ETFs move in discrete intervals based on their options, and usually the futures will follow suit on those same intervals. This is pretty much what I do, 10 points and 40. When you're in the overshooting environment, I have a different rule. What I do in that environment is I look over the last hour and I find the biggest 1-minute candle that I have in that hour. And then I measure the distance. This example is NASDAQ. Now, again, we're not in that overshooting environment, but either way, when the market is volatile, I can always use that as a second place to find a stop loss. And I say this is 20,800 down to 20,767. That's 33 points. So the bigger of that candle or 40 points, whichever one's bigger. In volatile markets like trade war type volatility, the markets would dip 150 points in a 1-minute candle. You need to assume you can have 150 points of overshoot on your pivot as well. So in that particular case, whenever you are in mode 2, then I do something different. So in mode 1, I'll start to long right at the pivot and just right on it like that, okay? And I'll use, on example, pretend this was S&P, I would put 10 points of stop. If the S&P had 40-point candles, I don't want to, hold a real position 40 points under, but what I would do is I would long, say if this is normally, I would do like 5 contracts here in mode 1. In mode 2, I'll take the same 5 contracts and I'll split them up. 1 above the pivot, 1 below, and 3 right at 40 points lower to do the following. And I'll stop out of all of it on the other side. Sure, 1 contract would take 40 points, but that's okay because my normal position would have been 5. I do it like a very small version of my normal position and I split my risk up. I'll buy 1 and then 1 more, and then I'll hit it very heavy right near the stop. I'll allow the market to overshoot my pivot the amount that it can likely overshoot. So in volatile bear markets, I split my risk up and I use the candle rule, and it's perfect rule. It's great. Because that average minute is about the volatility that you'll see. You don't normally see the market be illiquid for any more than a minute. So a minute's worth of movement will tell you about where the buyers and sellers are spread out on average. So the max of the 2. Right now, the trick that I did was 33 points, but NASDAQ is 40. I do the bigger of the 2 at all times. So normally in mode 1 VIX, it's always going to be 40 points NASDAQ. You sent the list of names? Okay. Thank you. All right. So this, my friends, is the list of names today. Here's the rule for you guys. Okay. If your name is here, you have 1 hour. That's incredible that you put that in ChatGTP. Can you remove the HTML from the text and select 10 names from this list of elements? That's amazing. ChatGTP is pretty much the best. All right. If your name is on this list, congratulations. You might have just found that thing you're looking for in trading. Everyone else, join us. It's only 20 bucks. Support the community. That 20 bucks pays for the 2 employees that make the videos and the handouts. That's it. Okay. So Eric, Dustin, Todd Blanchard, Josh. So Eric Alfonso, Josh Allen, Royal Negroni, PG, Marnus Quetzi, Anton Ronvos, Lance Sage, and NASDAQ Ninja 350. And then if you didn't win, you can join the group. Like I said, hundreds of people usually come per boot camp. We've had thousands take it total. And it's such a fun, cool event that we do. It's every day. I'm extremely passionate about it. Otherwise, you guys, congratulations, winners. I'm going to tell you in a second how you get it. Everyone else, this is the link. I'm typing it in chat right now. That's the link. Like I said, support the employees that help keep it going, and then we're good. So Rocket Scooter is a company of 22 people, contractors and full-time employees, developers, staff, customer service, etc. And you guys supporting the trading platform, supporting further development. We really appreciate that. And in return, what I like to call my free-ish boot camp is something that it's always been free. If you actually buy the platform, it comes free. So that link is to buy the boot camp if you're not a member of the platform. If you buy the platform, the boot camp is absolutely free. As a matter of fact, you can come as many times as you want. So that link is to pay for 20 bucks. If you guys are using the platform itself, on that same page, there's something called Pro Plus, and I'll post that link here. This is the software plus boot camp. And the boot camp is always free. If you're a lifetime member, boot camp is also free. So it's like a perk for people that use the platform. And every single day for about an hour to an hour and a half, we do a training session, and then we go over the overnight setups for the night. And it's very, very, very detailed. It's a masterclass on betting. As a matter of fact, one of the things that we're going to really have fun showing you guys is our latest back test of our strategies. So one of our members put together a back test over the last 4 months, and let me share it with you guys. One of the neatest things about kind of the peer review system we have inside of Rocket Scooter is that we're a bunch of engineers and math folks here. And one of our members has been cataloging before we build our backtest module, which will let you guys backtest on the fly, is that he's been backtesting certain pivots that we have relative to open and how well they do. So we've been doing the new weekly hedge pressure, the blue one, we had a newer version of it, kind of more robust model. And then the weekly hedge pressure and the monthly hedge pressure. So the blue and orange lines that you see that are rock solid pivots here, they're gamma exposure levels. So essentially they create order flow due to hedging. The actual backtest results under all conditions, not ideal, but all conditions, meaning that bear market, bull market, bad market, catalyst, doesn't matter, is that when you open above hedge pressure, you close above hedge pressure by the end of the day, 68% of the time. This is the actual backtest results in the bear market. So in an ideal bull market, it's closer to 80. In a choppy, volatile, crappy bear market, it still holds closer to 70. So he basically, this is from Garrett, Humble Trader 77. He's just a lifetime member that does this for fun. Put together these results and we discuss them, and we'll be sharing these in one of our bootcamp classes on our entry pivots. And when we do hedge pressure and monthly hedge pressure, we'll share this as well. So now I have new handouts to go out to you guys. How you claim the boot camp is as follows. You go to your Discord right now. You go to your YouTube right now, step 1. Take a screenshot of your name in the top left corner so that we know that it's you in this account. You go to our Discord. You will send Slacks, who is our admin. I'm going to type it in chat. You have to get it right. If you send it to me, it won't work. Slacks. Or type in the contest channel in the Discord that you won the boot camp. He has your list of names. And then he'll get you the access to it, and it starts today. At 4 Eastern, right at market close. Yep. 99 gets you everything. That's the softer. The boot camp is like the free. We always did a free boot camp for our existing members. But then people would like hear us talking about it on the stream. They're like, how do I get it on that boot camp? I'm like, oh, it's just a perk of the platform. Well, I don't want to spend $100 on a platform, but I'd love to learn what you teach. And we're like, okay, make the class $1. And then it was like, okay, I'll make the class just $1. And then we said, let's just make all classes $1 and then just let people just come to the classes. And that's how it evolved to be the $20 boot camp. Anyways, great day today, guys. This is fun. As far as my trading day, I think I've got the bulk of all the moves I could get. We could rally or sell off today. I really don't care to find out. This was a really solid scalp. This was a solid scalp. That was worth like 7,000 bucks, I think, across all my funded accounts. Let me double check how much I made today. Looks like it was, let's add it up. Total profit for me today. And I'm on this crazy winning streak too. It's been nuts. And I've only been trading off of my strong pivots. And I told you guys, when VIX is below triple B, all you bootcamp folks, I told y'all be naming your kids Rocket and Scooter. I wasn't kidding. Are you guys noticing the difference between this market and in February and March's market? I told you. That'd be so much easier relative to those months. To manage your trades. Not easier to trade. Trading is always hard, but easier to manage. 69.32 across all my funded accounts today. Not bad, not bad. Just scalping these two trades was 6,900 bucks. Jill. My first trade with my funded next funded account was 1,000 bucks as well, which is good. I love the idea of uncapped payouts. This is like the next kind of apex, but it's end of the day drawdown and there's no monthly fee on top of that. So I'm like, okay, that's crazy because you pay one time for the account and there's no monthly fee. By the way, there's no activation fee when you pass with funded next. It's crazy. You can DCA your accounts to victory. You can have up to 650K accounts too. That's what I'm about to buy 5 more of these things. I'm just piloting one just to make sure it all works out pretty fine. And so far so good. Once I pass on the 4th day, it's 40% consistency. So it took 4 days for me to get there. I got my account within 2 days and then now I'm ready to roll. So it's pretty good. That red line, it's called an impact, an IRL. It's an impact line. It's an illiquidity pivot. We teach that. The straight to funded allow DCA. So technically none of these firms allow DCA unless they specifically state they allow DCA. Funded next states we allow DCA and we actually encourage it. So I was blown away by that. Tradeify and pretty much everyone else says they don't allow DCA, but they don't really punish you for it if it's not the core of your strategy. I DCA all day long in these Tradeify, but I'm not adding like 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 and breaking even. I at most will add one more time, give or take. But I'm not DCAing by adding to a single account. I'm DCAing by adding one account, then one account, then one account, one account, one account. I'm spreading my 5 accounts out instead of all 5 accounts, buy one more, etc. That kind of DCAing they might flag you for. DCAing is mostly a subjective rule. The firm wants to see that you're not martingaling while copy trading to put them at risk. I've never seen a firm ban you from a payout because you added to a red position one time. It's almost all subjective to a degree. Did I teach this in the bootcamp? Yeah, I teach you how to get around DCA rules by spreading your accounts out instead of spreading your position out. So I DCA when they say no DCA rule. Well, then I'll just use my accounts to DCA. I'll use them against each other. It's totally fine. And we teach that in the bootcamp. Funded next, 50% off. Well, the thing is there's no activation fee and there's no monthly fee, Kim. So the price may seem more expensive, but that's because there's no trick in pricing. A lot of the firms will say like it's $100 per month and then $100 to activate. This is a flat 200 and whatever for the 50. Get the 50Ks if you're doing funded next. The one in the middle is the best value. There's no activation fee and no monthly fee. So that's the cost of the price. So somebody's 100 monthly and then 100 activation and someone's 200. It's practically the same. So how do you get the boot camp? Again, go to our Discord. Oh, if you want to buy the boot camp, the link is in chat. Let me post it one more time. I promise you guys, the boot camp is the coolest thing we do. It is the most detailed and extensive trading education that you will ever get for $1 a day. And here's the link. Do I ever scale on the way up when I have a small long position? No, I never add to winner, Raj. Great question. If I chose when I So when I have extra capital, this is a risk management trick again. Risk management is how I do as well as I do for position management. My rules may seem a little different than what most people do, but the thing is most people lose money. The person that does it right will be different. Okay. If I'm longing and I have money in my pocket, the only time I add to a position is to change the odds or the advantage of the trade I'm trying to take. If I were to long, if I had a budget of 5 and the market hits here and I chose one because my original risk analysis of this was like, okay, I need to take 1 here, and the market takes off, then I made that trade with 1 and that's it. It's money I didn't have and it's the risk I chose to take. If you add to a winner, you're reducing your odds of that second entry of making money, because you wouldn't have entered your first. Pretend that the market bounces and goes here. Say that we're like falling and falling and falling and falling, and you chose this as your pivot. You wouldn't have longed originally a contract at some random spot. So why would you long at a random spot on the return? The price actually matters. So the idea is the only time I add into my budget is to lower my cost basis to improve the odds of winning. If this is a, let's say under all conditions, pretend that's not ideal, 70% that these 2 guys bounce, then I take my budget of 5 and maybe I put 2 of them here and the other 3 here. I'm using the extra money that I can risk to add to my probability of success, not add to the amount of money I'm going to win. So you use extra money always to lower a cost basis to improve your odds, never to add risk on the table at an inefficient spot, such as adding to a winning trade in the direction it's going, even on a pullback. The most common way traders fail is to think they're missing out and it's time to add risk. All of my trades, I'm the first one in. You guys saw it today. Did you guys see this red line I drew pre-market, right? You were all witness to it. And pre-market, I hit that level. We hit that level. I drew that pre-market. And as soon as it fell to that level, I'm the first one in. You'll notice the difference between me and most traders is I'm the first one in. And by the time the market moves, I'm the first one out. And now everyone else out there is like, ooh, maybe I should get in all this. I'm going to get me some of that. Hey, honey, I'm going to get me some of that. Give me the wallet. You know what I mean? The smarter traders in first, and I didn't risk a lot of capital. What if somebody were to long right here and then it goes here and then they long again? It's the same thing as longing right here on the way down. You wouldn't have longed there right then, so why long there now? I'm rather waiting for a pivot to long off of, and I never, again, that's different than me. Usually when the market's going in my favor, I'm taking risk off the table. I'm trying to be in and out as quick as possible, right? So I only use my money to dig me out of a bad spot. I don't use my money to add to my wins because I chose that risk to begin with and I commit to that risk. And that is a trick to not blow up by adding at the wrong spot. Here's an example. I bought earlier here. I longed right there. Holy shit, it's going the direction. Let me long some more. Then all of a sudden your cost basis goes up instead of down. You just added to your cost basis. Now your trade is actually red right here, and when it was green at that level earlier. So if you add to a winner at the wrong way, you actually lost the trade even harder. And it's interesting thing is you longed here, added there, stopped out there. Shit, I lost. Oh, it is rallying. Okay, let me long there one more time. Oh crap, I'm still red. What the hell? So the behavior of chasing is by far the quickest way to blow up. Once you learn to not do that, you're not going to blow up as much, I promise. Individual stocks on MHP, Christoph. We haven't actually done a back test on individual stocks on MHP, but that is an avenue that one of you guys can volunteer and set up a team and do it, and I'll support and sanction whatever y'all do. So if anybody wants to do like a logging or tracking of the stocks, that would be awesome to know in our knowledge base. Stocks are going to be a little less, I would say, less probable than the index because stocks are typically be more random than the index. But when we have our backtest module, which is what Garrett's backtest supports the idea of creating a backtest module, it's definitely necessary to have fine tuning and real-time probabilities so that these liquidity maps on the chart can actually have, you know, numbers next to them. I'm just making up random numbers. It'd be nice if our liquidity map, and especially arrows drawn on the chart, can have probabilities of how that plays out based on parameters you can choose and such for a backtest. But also the backtest module will allow you to ask that question. It'll be an AI-based module where you can basically say, what is the probability that NVIDIA holds MHP for the day under current conditions? And then it'll say, oh, great question. Here's blah, blah, blah. Here's the probability. Here's the best example, worst example. etc. K-Spec says Matt's risk management is top tier. Honestly, when he teaches, honestly, has been helping you. That's awesome to hear, man. Will I ever add to a winner? I usually will never add to a winner. By the time I'm winning, everyone else is deciding to enter. Think about this. It's like Warren Buffett's, you know, when people are fearful, I'm greedy. When people are greedy, I'm fearful. When people are fearful, I'm greedy. And then when people are greedy, I'm fearful. I'm always out when the losers come in to buy. Last thing I want to be is at the party with a bunch of fucking losers. They want to jump in and long at the loser spot. I'd be a loser longing with them. So if the market's already going in your favor, you have fewer and fewer suckers to come into the market after you to propel your trade further. Don't yourself become a sucker to jump in when the idiots are jumping in. The best advice I can ever give to a trader. Whatever risk you chose, you committed to that risk. Use your money to dig into a better position for the risk you chose. A lower cost basis is an example. But trading is not about making more money. It's about managing how much you invest. It's not like, again, I inched my way to, you know, Tradeify. I might have spent less than, I don't know how much I spent, less than 10K on these accounts, and I'm sitting there with 130 something in profit. I don't think I added to a winner one time. For a 50K account, if you're talking about the funded next, you want to trade less than a mini for sure. 5 micros to 1 mini is a good average trade to not hit the daily loss limit for a 50K account. So probably less than 1 mini unusual until you get the feel for it. NASDAQ is going to move in 40-point bursts, which is $800 per mini. S&P is going to move 10-point bursts, which is $500 per mini. So if your drawdown is like $1,000 or $1,200, I think the funded next is $1,200, then 40 points on NASDAQ will bump you right into your daily loss limit. So 1 is the limit, and S&P 2 is the limit for 50K. So if you want to be conservative, you know, 5 to 10 micros on NASDAQ, and then 1 to 1.5 minis on S&P is going to give you the max trade size that you don't hit daily loss limit on average volatile drawdown, 10 points, 40 points, and still get room for 2 trades a day. You could be wrong once, trade a second time, hit your daily stop, and then try again the next day. John, that's my... when adding to a trade, chop into micros. On a 50K account, do 3, 3, and 3 on NASDAQ. 3 entries of 3 each. Not a bad idea. So as you saw me on stream, I added pretty much 3 micros, and then I did like maybe 3 more, 2 more. So I only really had 5, I think, at most. So, you know, 3, 3, 3 is good. With the S&P, 5, 5, and 5 for 3 entries. Yeah. Market ain't for the faint of heart, baby. It ain't. It's tough, man. And the only way I survive in the market is by, like, if you guys want to like keep a little sticky notes, like what's the shit that Matt says? Let's like write it down and remember. I'll give you guys the best piece of advice I think I can give you. Besides the fact that it's position sizing and where you enter and making sure you enter first in a trade is the key to long-term success. Chasing a trade may work every once in a while, but it's more random than it's not. Today proved that chasing a trade was a loss in both places, right? That's why I don't add to winners, because more often than not, you're going to lose. You don't want to add where the suckers get in. You want to see something they don't see, and then long where the volume is going to be. Impact red line is a guaranteed high volume probability. Is really high. The fact that I drew that line pre-market and we got there with the volume spike means I know something. I have a legitimate exploit. Market selling, 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 selling. I long right there and then close when all the idiots are coming in. And you guys might be like, hey, he's talking about me. I'm that idiot. It's okay. I was an idiot for 5 years. What happens if the market flies up from here? I don't care. I made $7,000. All I need is 10 points in S&P, 40 points in NASDAQ a couple of times a day to make $10,000 a day. That's it. Trade at your own risk, obviously. But the best piece of advice I can give you is that after 15 years of day trading, I've been trading full-time for a little over 10, 15 years total, 5 years of completely sucking ass at this and thinking I was going to be awesome and not knowing why I was terrible. I realized that there's one truth in the stock market that most people take years to come to terms with. But once you come to terms with it, it's a night and day difference in your approach. And the following is what I'm saying. Forget what everyone says. Now, I love all these people to death. These are all buddies of mine. I love what they teach. I love what they stand for. Forget patterns. Forget chart patterns. Forget candle patterns. Forget ICT patterns. Forget everything. I love all of them to death. They're useful for reading the market. But the thing that I've learned after 15 years is that the stock market is 100% random. And I'll tell you that from the perspective of an advanced mathematician like myself. I have the mathematical ability to prove that it's random. I have the mathematical ability to find patterns better than the next guy. And I haven't found anything. So either there's a super duper genius out there who's more genius than me that's figured out the market's pattern. But I can tell you with all certainty and confidence that the stock market is 100% random. And I started trading in 2010. It took me about 5 years. And that's because there was no YouTube or teachers or anything. It took me a little longer than it'll take you guys, probably. There weren't any YouTubers to watch or anybody to teach or hand wisdom. We had to get our shit from books or make it ourselves. In 2010, there was like nobody to watch unless you wanted to watch fucking Ross Cameron pumping up penny stocks. Other than that, there's nobody to watch. So I kind of had to like dig it out myself, dude. Yeah, of course, brother. I love sharing. And the idea is that the stock market is random. Patterns exist in small periods of time for small exploits for certain reasons. The fact that the red line can bounce more often than it doesn't, one might say that's a pattern. Well, the reason it bounces is because I'm betting that it bounces. It doesn't mean it bounces every time. It's random if it does or doesn't. Statistically, it'll bounce more than it doesn't. Okay, so I should take the long there because the statistics are in my favor, just like in the casino. You know, there's a house edge in the edges. If it happens more than it doesn't, then there's a slight edge there. In trading, the edge that you get will always be a slight edge. Now, this is what I'm telling you. Write these two things down. The stock market is 100% random. But patterns exist in small pockets of areas. It's going to be very rare that you find it because the person that finds it is not going to tell you how they do it. And the pattern, if it does exist in small pockets somewhere it does exist, is only a slight edge. That's rule number 2. There's no groundbreaking, massive, overwhelming edge you're going to find in the market and somebody handing it to you in a class. Never going to happen. Your edge is always going to be small, but that's good enough. Something that works 55% of the time is an edge. You got to learn how to bet with the edge you get. Just like in poker, you learn how to bet with what's in front of you. Now, lucky for you guys, some of our stuff back test in the best conditions 90% of the time. Under normal conditions, 70. But it doesn't mean you'll trade at 70%. You can still fuck it up. The idea is to have something that happens in the market in an exploitable area, like only this little spot happens. And it happens more often than it doesn't. Okay, how do I bet around that? What are the conditions that affect big or small bets? And in reality, in trading, that's it. It's not picking the stock market direction. Jesus Christ, if all of trading was picking the direction of the market, I would fail. I picked the direction wrong half the time. Today, the market's been trading down and both my trades were long. Huh? And I still made money. The trick is knowing where to take your long from and why you took and how much to take. So, unfortunately for you guys, there's no master equation of the stock market that's going to work every time. If somebody found it, their name's Jim Simons, and they create a hedge fund, they'll never tell you how they do it. But his stuff is all statistics and probabilities as well. Mathematicians do very well on Wall Street because they come to the conclusion very quickly that the stock market is random and you can't predict it. But there are certain things that are exploitable with probabilistic edge. And therefore, when something is probabilistic, if it happens 6 out of 10 times, you just need to survive long enough so that the odds will carry you in your favor. If you have $1,000 to your name and something happened 51% of the time and you took a dollar bet, you likely won't lose that $1,000 because you get 1,000 chances at that game. But you might survive long enough if there's a million iterations of that you actually made $10,000 from your $1,000 you put in. So now that's a slow crawl. The smaller you bet, the better the odds stack in your favor because you survive. Point number 3 is the trick to making money in the market is surviving the market. And those are the 3 tenets I'll tell you to take from this class today or this free session. Bootcamp is live. Did I look at bookmap or order flow? No, we have a way to predict order flow instead of read it. So these levels predict order flow where it will be based on dealer hedging. This red line predicts order flow. Bookmap and all these others might say, look at all this order flow happening right here. And I'm like, yeah, I drew this at 7 o'clock in the morning. So while those programs are good at confirming where the volume and flow will be, I can tell you unusual activity at a pivot from hours ahead of time. So we're a step above those kind of things. We use math to predict where volume will be. And order flow will be used to confirm where it would go. So we can predict order, high volume from order flow and order flow direction from the stats and the odds of like our stuff. But basically in general, when you guys do this, yeah, this video is live right here. The boot camps are also live, by the way. Why no Forex pair for liquidity maps? Because all of our liquidity maps are based on equities with options from the Opera data feed. So we don't do Forex pairs. What's my thesis from here to sit out? The market is overall going to rally on a trade deal. If we look at Europe as an example, I don't know where my damn DAX chart is, but in Europe, once they resolved the trade issues with the United States, the DAX as an example went all the way back to all-time highs and then some. We're going to be no different than there. It's going to be choppy along the way, but as long as they're working things out, we're going back to all-time highs in a straight shot. I wouldn't be like, surprised if we sold off to here today to get back in line with that trajectory. But in general, we're going back to all-time highs without stopping, unless the trade war gets worse. It's the only bad news that we have in the economy. The only hit we had on GDP was factoring in the trade war to begin with. So the quarter-over-quarter GDP level being negative and negative growth rate as well was strictly due to tariffs. Other than that, employment's good. GDP otherwise is good. Inflation's low. Fed's likely to cut rates if the trade war is off the table and we're working out something with Trump in China. The Fed's more likely to cut rates because we're closer to the 2% inflation. With tariffs, on the other hand, being as extensive and crazy as they were, the Michigan numbers forecasted about 5% one-year outlook. Too high for rate cuts, right? So if they fix the trade war, you better bet your britches that we're going to get a rate cut or two this year. And Wall Street's going to price that in right fucking now. Immediately now. They get way ahead of that. So chances are the market's up from here. Now, again, if we have some kind of flush today and the market hits right down in there, that's probably the place where we do catch up. The market to continue to go, but we'll see. We're having stocks losing momentum because some of the majors have kind of sold off or profit taken since then, like Apple being one of them. Apple lost MHP. That's not good. Microsoft. They're not sustaining momentum from here. Microsoft lost and then supported. But we're not getting like a universal, all stocks are rallying today sort of mentality. On the scanner I ran less than MHP, we still have almost 400 tickers below monthly hedge pressure and some big names too. So Costco, Apple was one of them. Looks like Neiman Marcus is there. Is that NEM? Is that Neiman Marcus? I always forget the names. No, Newmont. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Like I said, I'm not a stock trader. But anyways, I'm looking for the big names. Who's down there? Qualcomm is down there. BP is down there. So you're getting a mixed bag of stocks that are still kind of in that kind of meh boat. But overall, if you zoom out, we're going to probably go straight up. But yeah, so stock market's random. Any edge that you find will likely be slightly better than 50%, and that's enough. And the trick is you want to get in first on your trade to see something somebody doesn't see. Predicting volume is the way we get in first, and I take a bet at the pivot. It has a slight edge, and I use my confidence to tell me how big. Well, we've already gapped up and traded up. That's really big, and it can fade against me. Okay, let me trade small. And on stream, you saw me trade micros, right? The decision to how big you trade is how you get to be profitable. And that's really the trick. Why is the market random? Is it not supply and demand? Aha, great question. So, watch this. Everybody do me a favor right now. I want you to do an experiment. I love this question. Everybody in the next 5 seconds, type in a number on where you think the NASDAQ is going to be in exactly 10 minutes. Pick a number. I want all of your opinions. Just type me a flurry of numbers. This is what I prove this in the boot camp as well, but type in a number that you think NASDAQ's going to be. in the next 10 minutes. Okay. Does that answer your question? Thank you, guys. You don't have to type anymore. So the question is it just supply and demand? Absolutely, right? But what moves the market is people's opinions and desire to bet against them. As you see, when you poll a random sample of human beings, they don't agree on anything. Look at this random shit in my chat right now. Right? So 69. So the point is that really the reason the market moves is supply and demand, but trying to guess what the supply and demand is rather random. Nobody seems to understand or agree where they think market's going to go. So to bet on market structure is betting that you can predict that everybody thinks the same way. As a matter of fact, half of the poll right here believes lower and half the poll thinks higher. There's a lot of 720s in here and 700s, and there's a lot of 800s and 820s in here. As you see, the consensus of my data set is now a randomly split thing. If I were to count out the data, it looks like most people think down, probably 60-40. So the answer is that all of you are wrong, by the way. Every single one of you is wrong. Maybe one of you is right. And that's kind of how Wall Street is, right? The one of you that's right won the lottery. The rest of you that are wrong will probably get squeezed. So now we learned something today, right? And the mathematics of the market is that you're actually betting on what people are believing, and how they're going to act is based on what they believe. And no, everyone believes such different things. So what makes people act when you add fear and greed to the fact that even mechanically everyone disagrees on different places? When you add fear and greed and emotions to that, it's random on top of random, right? So the little movements of the market, the up and downs, is random. Let me preview another. If I was to put a gun to your head to trade and say, I need you to long the market, the only thing you can choose is when you long the market. Somebody give me a time right now. Let's play the game a second time. Not only you guys are random on price, but if I said long the market, how long from now do you feel like you're going to long the market? How many minutes? Right? You are going to say something different too. Now, maybe wait for a dip, maybe wait for confirmation. Everybody's going to say something different too, right? 5 minutes now. Maybe somebody says now. 5 minutes, lunch hour, 1 hour. See what I'm saying, right? So the idea is that if something had a pattern or statistic, every single one of you would be behaving in exact same way, right? The fact is, the stock market itself is a sum of everybody's behaviors. And for the most part, humans are random. Anyone here married? Got a girlfriend, boyfriend? You get in a fight with them? Try to predict when they're going to stop being mad at you, and then come back and tell me that their behavior is random as well. Human behavior is just random. When emotions are in play, emotions are random too. And so when people are going to act and what they're going to act on and where they're going to behave is random. And now the question is, do a bulk of people do things at the same time for the same reason? Well, some things, right? So an example is, if the market were to hook inside of here, a lot of you would find that as support. If the market were to break previous lows, I would say there would be a consensus that definitely greater than 50%, maybe even 80% of you would probably say, oh, that's not bullish. We broke previous lows. Okay, so there's a pattern, right? Breaking previous low might line people up better to believe, aha, it's probably going down. Most of you might change your bets if we broke previous low. Probably think we're going down, right? So certain things people do together in bulk. But when markets are consolidating, most people don't agree on which way it's going to break. And most people don't agree when they're going to get in on a trade. So that's why the market's random. And that's why markets are consolidating. That's why they consolidate, because the market makers don't have a clue either, because you guys are all picking different things and half of you are betting up, half of you betting down. So they tend to just hold the fort until there's a consensus, right? So basically what you're really betting on is bigger players to come through and overwhelm the consensus. A million little guys like y'all can get overwhelmed by one Citadel or one JP Morgan or one somebody dumping millions of shares all at once when you guys are, trading 50 shares or 10 shares or whatever. So now your bet really needs to understand is where the patterns is betting where the big institutions are playing, because they're the ones that will break the consolidation into one direction. They'll tilt the market over. They'll steamroll 100,000 orders of retail in a single push, right? So the pattern comes down to what is something that's more consistent than us, right? As humans, we're all random. And I'm kind of taking a page out of Jim Simon's book, The Renaissance Fund Guy. He said the stock market is nothing but an amalgamation of random human emotion and Brownian motion fluctuations. Basically, the market is just random noise, and he trades on statistics of what makes things happen. Find your edge, find your odds, and bet on it. I know for a fact that every time I touch this red line, there will be a volume spike. So what does that tell me? Well, it's still random, but it tells me that that's where I make my bet. I don't bet here. I don't bet here. I don't bet here. I'm going to bet here because that's my highest chance of getting a reversal because there's volume there. So my edge, whatever it may be, is the best at this pivot. So my best edge is there. So therefore, I'm going to only act at the spot that matters instead of acting where all of you guys, thank you for being volunteer idiots for me. I love you. You're all my favorite idiots in the world, where the idiots play. Now, you aren't idiots. I'm just joking. But where average people come in and say, maybe I should get this right here. This is where it's the most random. And this is where the most squeeze happens. So we can't prove that there's volume. There's a bunch of people. I want a long, I want a short, I want a long, I want a short. But I know here there's a flow aspect to the market. My highest chance of having a reversal is where that volume can be, right? So I'm only acting here because I'm acting here to take my long rather than anywhere else. I'm hopefully smarter than the idiot, right? We're all idiots in general, but as human beings, as a herd, we don't have any behavioral patterns other than breaking lower lows and breaking higher highs might shift our mentality. But Wall Street knows that too. It's very predictable as well, right? So even your pivot points shouldn't work based on the randomness of the movement. Well, so think about it. Everything is unpredictable, but some things are more predictable than others, okay? The idea that high volume appears here is not random. This is actually a certainty, 100% certainty, as a matter of fact, that volume will appear there. So one thing that you can put in your little toolbook is that I have a 100% chance that this red line will produce volume, is an exploit of rebalancing an imbalance. That is always going to have volume. Okay, so which way does it go? But it's random. But the highest probability for a bounce in case the market is tilted in my direction is from here. That's the place it can bounce if it bounces from. So I've eliminated two pieces of random. Which direction it goes can be random, but location where it goes from is not. So the direction, yeah, probably random, but getting the right location to enter a trade is better than just two types of random. Longing from a random spot on a random direction is random on top of random. 100% certainty that there is a pivot here with a random direction is a slight edge in your favor. We teach in the boot camp can. It's called an illiquidity pivot. So you're 100% right. The direction is random, but the location is not. There will be volume there, and now it's slightly better that because I picked the right spot, I'm better than the other traders. So here's the trick. You're not trying to predict the market direction. You're trying to predict what traders are going to do. And so we broke a lower low, and traders are flipping out. Oh man, I got to sell. This is lower lows. I got to short. And it's that volume spiking at a strong pivot at maximum panic. Then I'm in on the long with my pivot. So the idea is that what you're going to understand is that it's not picking the direction. The direction and the fluctuations are random, but picking where you can trade from is not. There are certain places that are stronger to trade from that will likely supply volume with a certainty. Like with S&P, if I hit this orange line, which is probably going to happen today, there's a 100% chance of a volume spike. NVIDIA, if I hit the orange line, there's a 100% chance of a volume spike. 100%. It never fails. This has to do with delta hedging. So this is an exploitable principle. If you have exposed calls or puts to the market, you will hedge against them. We look at the dealers who are only people that are hedging them neutral to find maximum order flow of dealers. So my algorithm looks in the options flow and finds the maximum exposure of just the market maker positions alone. We have a way to determine that mathematically because we know how they behave. And we extract that information from the market. We know dealers are likely to be hedging the most at this one particular level. And so in NVIDIA, it's the same thing. While the direction is kind of random, the location to take a trade from is not. That's the proper location to make my random bet from. As you see, as we approached it, volume started to spike, and that's where the pivot took off. And the flow even tells me that the delta hedging is likely to take it longer rather than shorter. Now, here's some stats. The bulk of Wall Street is built up into the market, and these are where your positions are basically anchored, where hedging is anchored against it. Basically, think insurance. If you open above this orange line, you stay above that orange line 70% of the time, same as blue. And that's statistics. And that's actually what we notice. And basically what that's stating, and under ideal conditions, it's actually 90% and 80% chance that you'll bounce. And why is that? Okay, well, let's think back. What happens to the market's random, right? In this particular case, the probability is just saying in plain English that it's less likely for market structure to unwind as a whole, as everybody in Wall Street dumps their positions in the other direction at the same time, at the same place, for no reason, without news. Sounds not plausible, right? The odds are really high because Wall Street doesn't change its mind that much. And while we're kind of random inside of it, the bulk of the amount of people are still holding on to their positions because Wall Street doesn't just shift millions of shares of stock, every single firm moving that much stock every day. They typically hold the fort on what their positions are and have small changes throughout the day. So to break this orange line, you need almost every firm in Wall Street to tip the scales the other way at the same point. And without a news event to make that happen, it's less likely they're going to do so. So basically, those high probabilities mean structures maintain. So I know the high volume is going to be here. I bet that the structure stays the same. We open above, and the hedging will likely keep us above, like I said. So now it's no longer as random because while the market fluctuations are random, the principle of delta hedging is not. It's actually mathematical. We can calculate exactly what the order flow will be at exactly that level. We teach you there's just a volume spike. I can tell you exactly how much it should be if everybody hedged their position in neutral. And you can calculate that using Black-Scholes. So now it's not so random. I can calculate there's going to be volume there. I can calculate that's the place there will be volume. Now, which way it goes, nobody knows. But the odds are slightly in the favor that it goes in the same direction it started in. So therefore, I make that bet. And I just need a bet small enough that I survive, 70% could still lose 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 times in a row before the odds ultimately kick in my favor. I just need to survive long enough for that to happen. So the stuff I talk about makes you feel stupid, Sam. I know, bro. I'm so sorry. But like, you have to think about it like this. If you ask any master poker player, you guys know Rips, right? Go talk to him. He's a gifted poker player. He'll tell you the same stuff. It's not, he can't predict the stock market any more than you can. But it's the way that you bet. And people that are poker players or traders are going to think that same sort of mentality. It's all about, where do I make my bet? When do I make my bet? And what are the odds? How much do I bet? It's the trick to being good at trading is it's betting. It's playing poker. It's not predicting like what the next card is going to be. Like, oh man, I hope my next card is an ace. Then I'm going to win this hand. It's like, no, this are the cards that are out there right now. And these are the odds I have right now. The odds are kind of shit. Let me bet small or fold. And really, that's the secret to trading is betting. And that's kind of like why, our trading course is a masterclass on betting. It's not math heavy. It's just, it's got a lot of guides to teach you. My position sizing guides are actually written on the chart here. So we're a little different than the average person. We're not going to teach you chart patterns and this is what you should trade. We're going to teach you the odds of certain things. I'm going to start off by telling you right now, tried and true. Our recent backtest in a bear market said this bounces 70% of the time. In a nice clean bull market, roughly 90% of the time. There's some odds. All I have to do is survive long enough that the odds work in my favor. You cringe so hard when you hear people talk about bull flags and bear flags. Right, they're 50-50. And as good as they are, the reason people make money with them is because if they guess it right, then they just ride it really hard, but they might lose a lot or lose half the time or even more than half the time. And ultimately that might make somebody some money, but the flag itself wasn't predictable. It's the idea when consolidation breaks and you happen to be on the right side, it moves pretty quickly. But you can't predict it. You can't predict which way it's going to go. Critical calculated thinking. Once I learned how to bet properly, my win rate went through the roof, my profitability went through the roof, and that's it. That's why we call it the Profitability Mindset Masterclass. And again, the reason we made it $20 is literally a fuck you to the industry of course sellers and guru sellers. I want to make everything that I do like practically as free or cheap as possible because I think people out there are being misled into the wrong stuff. And certain techniques are good for reading the market and finding slightly higher odds, like ICT stuff, pretty good. But that doesn't do the heavy lifting. It's just if something has a strategy that works more often than it doesn't, Your job is to find out how low do I need to bet to survive long enough so that the odds work in my favor. And that's it. Coin flip works 6 out of 10 times. You could still blow up betting on the 60%. But if you bet small enough, if your bet is incrementally low, like slightly above zero, you're ultimately going to make money. It's a math problem. So again, think about it like this. If something has a 60% chance of winning and you had $1,000 and you bet a penny every time, chances are you're never going to blow up. You're never going to go on such a losing streak with odds that much, because $10,000 is a million pennies. You get a million iterations of that. You're likely, the law of large numbers is going to come true where you're going to win 60% of your bets. The problem is that you could go on a streak in a short term, where even though good odds can go against you, betting too big is why most traders blow up. You might even have a strategy, but you're betting too big that you don't let the odds carry you. The trick to winning is letting the odds carry you. Did you know in this I'll tell you, people that have been here watching me all these years, this bear market the last 3 months, what percentage would you say of days was I longing the market on average, even in the bear market? How many of my trades were long even when markets were crashing? You guys remember? How do I know where the lines are? The blue and orange and the red one? They're automatically populated on the chart. So our algorithm populates them for you. You lost over 50K in your 401k, your inheritance from your mother. This game can take everything if you let it. Dude, it's nuts. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, so like the majority, right? So majority of my trades were long even on the wrong side of the market because my long pivots are pretty strong. The odds are in my favor to take them. So even while the market was crashing, even today we're selling, I long at my pivot and make my money. It's the idea that you don't even have to be on the right side of the market. I long most of the time in this bear market, by the way. I only shorted like maybe 5 or 6 times total in the last couple months. And 3 of them were last week, by the way. Which people, that was crazy because I shorted like 3 days in a row. Most of my trades calculate end up being long. The pivots and the flow. This is just showing me the flow. This is like the pattern. It's mostly long most of the time. It's very rare we get a bear market and bear pressure. But like I said, the reason I made money even longing in markets crashing and I'm still making money longing, how am I doing it? Well, it's because I'm betting very, very small because the market odds are against me in a bear market, but I still have strong pivots there. So it's about the size that I bet that kind of helped me get ahead, you know? Nice session, Patty. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, man. Is Globex high or low volume a pivot? No. There's no math to session high or session low having any meaning. As a matter of fact, usually pivots sometimes have high volume, sometimes have low volume. And it's again, it's going to be hard. The reason there's volume here is a reason. This is an imbalance of the burp up testing the imbalance. So there's going to have volume here, but the equity session high, apart from the open price, the intraday high, not necessarily was the highest volume. See what I mean? So like even this high right here was a low volume node when you retested it. So and Globex highs and lows may or may not be pivots that have volume to go with it. Before the news event that we had, an example is the session low had somewhat of a high volume, but it wasn't even the highest volume there. I would say that it's random if the highs and lows have importance at all. Sometimes it might seem like they do, but other times it might seem like they don't. Like this was the highest volume for the day. In the overnight, one would say, aha, this is the highest volume, this is the strongest pivot. And then we just walked like right through it like it wasn't even there. So I would say that I always discount the idea that session highs and lows have any meaning. The other reasons they bounce would have meaning as well. So there was high volume here, and then we popped through it, and then it immediately became, so we pushed right through and it supported. You can tell that people are betting that it has meaning right here, but was there any predictability to it resisting? No. And so I kind of use that as the same thing as chart patterns. It's like you can't really predict that with a lot of accuracy. But that's just my opinion. Great question, though. Do half gaps always have volume? Yes. Half gap will always be volume. The reason for that is the same reason an impact redline's volume. This is basically a half gap. If you think about it, futures was here. There's a news event. It just pushed to there. And now the middle of that first area is where the buy imbalance finds sellers. and the sellers and buyers meet in the middle. That's always a thing. And a half gap is the same thing, except instead of it being a news event that moves the price up, it's an overnight move. So the market closed here and then rushed right here at the open. The halfway point is where buyers and sellers meet the same way. So half gap and red line are practically the same type of trick. They're exploiting the fact that you have an imbalance that's looking to rebalance in the middle. It's a simple, you know, buyers and sellers find each other in the middle sort of thing. You're funded with multiple firms now, Harris? Oh, nice, dude. Blue Sky is your favorite since they transitioned to real brokerage. You know, I heard Futures Desk does the same thing. They move you to a real live account as soon as you pass instead of doing the sim funded. Thank you for the explanations. Yeah, no problem, guys. Like, I'm glad to like help you guys out. I know a lot of people on YouTube and stuff, they're just gambling and, you know, not necessarily detailing what they do, and they may not even be that good. But the people that do very well, like I said, on YouTube, I don't know a lot of people that historically do well over long periods of time. I know Rips does very well because I've seen his broker statements. And so, but he's also like me. He's a good bet. He's a better. He bets well, and that really helps, you know. But a lot of people on YouTube are kind of just like at your level, even though they have big followings. They're not much better than you are. Oh, yo, Pickle's ready? Oh, babe, it's only 11 though. You got like another hour. What do I think about Dan? Who's Dan? I don't know anybody named Dan. Very awesome, very clever. Oh, thank you, Pierre Franco. Rips got handed last week, but yeah, he'll make it back. But again, like, you know, his strategy may not be strong for this environment, but, you know, his thing is betting properly. He's the same as me. Like, if you bet the right way, you're going to do well over time. And the goal is to do well over time, right? Yeah, he's making 300K every Saturday in fucking Vegas at the card tables. Pat and Jade did well this year. I don't know enough about the long-term efficacy of Jade's strategy, but I mean, $1 million payout is not a, you know, easy thing to do. But also, every trader that has a lot of money that trades will hit a home run every once in a while. The thing is can you sustain that? And it doesn't mean that they're good or bad. It just means that, is that a sustainable strategy, or did you just go on a lucky streak? Trust me, we all go on lucky streaks. I went on like a 75-day win streak one time. It was crazy. Back in 2020. Some of you guys are here for that. But to see if somebody's strategy survives over long periods of time in bull market, bear market, flat market takes time. And Pat and Jade both made money this year, which is good. Their strategy definitely works for them over the period of this last year. So Pat will tell you himself, he just now started getting really good. He's the first person to tell you he wasn't always that good. And it takes traders a while to get really good. And I think he's really good now. He's been doing very good lately. And it's very rare that I'll say that somebody's been doing good. So he's been doing very well, like probably since late last year. Before that, I wasn't impressed, but he was still a decent trader. I'm actually impressed with Pat now. He's done a lot. So it's good to see whatever he's doing differently is working in all environments. He crushed in the bull, he crushed in the bear. So that's what I want to see. Jade crushed it this year too, but I haven't known him long enough to know, but both those guys made killer payouts this year. So they've both been killing it. I could say you can probably say Pat's good because he was winning in the bull market and he's winning in the bear market. I mean, he's been crushing in his Tradeify account, his funded. He's up like 100K with it, I think. So that's no easy feat in this environment. So he's doing something right. I'm impressed with my boy. He does good. For how do you go watch the boot camp? It's in the Discord. You can watch it there. Pat Wieland. That's who they're asking about. But other than like those three guys, I don't know a lot of people on YouTube who have a consistent strategy that actually performs very well, or a consistent betting application. Like, you know, like I said, when I watch Rips, I'm like, this guy knows how to bet. I get it. Like, he plays like a poker player. That's how I play. I play Wall Street like poker. But all the guys and all the folks on YouTube, I'm friends with all of them. They're all quality traders. They're all better than average. I'll tell you guys that right now. All the folks on YouTube for the most part are the bigs. They're definitely better than average. Not all of them are like, you know, LeBron's though. Kane is pretty good. I've seen his stats. Kane's stats are pretty good, although I don't know anything about him or his style, but his stats are good. Kane does pretty good stat-wise. I've seen it. What do you think about Bernard Skrupinski? I don't know who that is. I've never seen him. Send me a link in Discord. I'll take a look at it later. Your top 3 MMFX trader for a year and then tilted. Oh no! See, that happens though, right? Sometimes you go on streaks and then sometimes you just fucking tilt and accidentally blow up and it sucks. You blew hundreds of evals and dozens of funded for you ever got a payout. And again, it's hard to get payouts in prop world because prop isn't easy, you know, and people treat it like it's easy, but it's harder than a real account. If you can't make it in a real account, it's harder to make it in props. I mean, it's crazy how hard it is. You want the tools I got? Yeah, dude. It's 200 a month, but we have a deal right now. It's only 100 for the first month and then 159 for every month after. So you have this special that you can lock in 159 for the software. Ross Cameron from Warrior Trading is the best trader on the internet. Hands down, the internet was created for Ross Cameron. There's no way that any of us could be as good as that guy. Everybody bow down to the tie-dye t-shirts and the curly-headed goatee pump and dump penny stock idiot. Wall Street's most punchable face. I'm not advocating violence against anybody. I'm sure he's a nice guy. Just an absolute scam artist. Pump and dump penny stocks. Maybe he trades real stuff now, but back in the day, this dude would just pump and dump penny stocks. Yeah, send me the link. Send it in Discord. I don't click. I'm not gonna click links on the stream because one of you guys is gonna send me like nasty guy on guy videos or something that I happen to open up and get me banned on YouTube. I know how some of you degens are. I don't trust y'all. Matt tilted. Which Matt? Trace my Matt? Dude, it happens to everybody, man. Like, it's trading is a battle with your own emotions. Sometimes you're just having a bad week or a bad whatever. You're distracted and then shit happens, you know? Forrest makes millions trading futures and gamma options in a day. Forrest from My Funded, that guy. I just met him recently and just being on their show a couple times, and he's a smart dude. This is what I like when I meet people. I can tell within minutes of them talking that they're actually smart at the market. They were asking me questions about what we did. And he was asking me the right questions where I'm like, okay, this guy's trying to think about how this works and think it through. So I'm like, he's a smart dude. Wait, is data feed included? No, you have to buy your data feed separate if you want real-time data. It's 10 extra bucks. With this way of thinking work on crypto, any kind of trading is about a probabilistic betting strategy. You want to survive long enough that you let the odds work in your favor. You don't want to bet too small, you'll never get to your goal, but you don't want to bet too big that the odds of a losing streak blow you up. So you want to bet small enough that you survive. And that's any tradable market. That's the goal to making money. Trade small enough that you survive, but not too small that you inch your way forward. Wait, the SEC, Evan, wait, they charge too. Who the SEC charge? Made them give back their fees? I know they slung the ban hammer on Jason Bond and what was that other guy's name? You remember those guys? On Warrior Trading? Oh, they did? Yeah, so here's a fun story about that. Since I've been streaming since 2016, I was there for all of that. So they all started, you know, a guy named Tim Sykes. He was like the original penny stock pump and dumper. They all started in Tim Sykes's room. I think it was Jason Bond and the other guy were all in that room, and they all decided, I'm going to go start my own room and make the money because I can't make money following this guy. Let me go be the guy. And I think like Ross Cameron was the first one out of Tim Sykes', then Jason Bond came out of Ross Cameron's room. They all came from each other's rooms and started their own business. And they all, one or another, got pinched and got slammed pretty hard with lawsuits for stock manipulation and all that stuff. Whatever. I don't know what it was, but yeah. I think the guys that were not Warrior Trading, what was it called? Eat, Sleep, and Trade. Whatever he used to say, Eat, Sleep, and Trade. You want to make money over the weekends? I got a strategy. You can make money on the weekends. They were advertising like, let's make you money tomorrow. They sounded like an infomercial from the 90s. By placing small, tiny classified ads for my 1-bedroom apartment, I made $40,000 this month. It's not like those guys, dude. Goofy shit, dude. They got fucking pinched so hard for that. And then they had to pay back a lot of stuff and whatever. They got sued. Yeah, a lot of them got sued. So yeah, but back in the day, before there were prop firms, everyone was trading penny stocks. That's what everybody did. And the penny stock pumpers were the bigger names on YouTube. Back before you guys even knew what futures were and anybody knew what futures were, I was trading futures on YouTube in like 2016. And there was nobody trading futures at all. Nobody touched futures. Everyone was watching penny stocks. We were such a small subset of trading. It was Matt, Pat, and me were like the 3 dudes doing futures that long ago. And nobody watched us compared to the penny stock guys. Ross Cameron get 10, 20K viewers a show. Matt might have been the biggest one with like maybe close to 1,000. And Pat and I were both small at the time because nobody watched futures. And then futures slowly became the thing to do. And then we all became the big dogs out there because we were in futures and nobody does penny stocks anymore. And then props came and oh my God, now everyone does futures. But back in, Raging Bull, that's what it was called. Raging Bull, yeah. Back in the day, man, everybody watched those guys. They were marketing how easy it was to make money. Here's a picture of my Lambo. Here's me in a private jet. Here's me speaking at Harvard. Dude, Jason Bond even faked speaking at Harvard in one of their ads. Dude, did you know that Harvard Business Club or whatever, they said that they can speak at Harvard? You know what that is? I'll tell you guys a funny story. So there's a thing where you can go and stand in a podium in front of a bunch of people and speak and talk about your product. And in the back, there's some kind of like Harvard insignia on the wall. And they call it like the Harvard Business Club or something. It's nothing to do with Harvard. It's like near Harvard. But what it is, it's an audience full of people who were clapping and cheering you on as you're pitching your shit like you're speaking at Harvard. Each one of these fucking tool bags and that audience paid the $500 it was to be there. They all rotate, taking turns, standing on that podium, pitching their garbage so they can film it and say they spoke at Harvard. Each one of the people in that audience is another guru ready to stand up. And then like Jason Bond's like, whoa, Harvard guys, I'm at Harvard. And everyone in the audience is like, can't wait, it's my turn to pitch my make money on the internet now strategy. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, it was so funny. But it was, and Harvard was like, that's not our, it's like a club that is related to the business school somehow that somebody put on, has nothing to do with the university. But then people are like, you pay money to say that you spoke at Harvard. It's probably some fucking coffee shop around the corner from Harvard, but who knows? But that's what it was. And then they marketed it like, yeah, we even got invited to speak at Harvard. And then people like bought their, whatever it was, bought their mentorship, but it was all a bait to get you into trade rooms so that you can buy recommended penny stocks they'd pump to you. Oh yeah, they got sued the shit out of. They got shut down for a year too. Ricky Martinez, I don't know who that is. But I think it's TJR. Who is TJR? I don't know who some of these people are. There's a lot of new people out there. I'm telling you, man, there are so many new faces in the influencer world. Just the other day, I saw some dude that has like 20,000, views per stream that I've never heard of. I'm like, there's even huge people I've never heard of. There's so many people out there now. And Harvard is very okay with that as long as they get paid. Yeah, probably, right? It's like oh, that's right. It's like a venue that was hosted by Harvard Business Club. That's right, yeah. That'd be like me being in the engineering club at University of Houston and going like, hey guys, come speak at U of H for my business club. And you can say you spoke at U of H. Yeah. Simfluencer, that's the new world. Or prostitute. Wasn't a quote. What's his name? Called them prostitutes. And because you're 40, but the immaturity of this new chair has put you off. Well, you could tell that they're not like, Trading will mature you very quickly, man. Like, you spend a lot of time in this game, you'll grow up pretty quick. I remember when I made my first million. I mean, I see these kids out there with their eyes glossed over because they make their money on affiliate sales, and they're ready to show you, like, you know, their third car or their whatever. I remember there's a period when that was me. And I grew up pretty quick because I realized that's not that much money and you can lose it just as quick. There's a lot of people out there, though, just so mature about what Wall Street actually is. They're selling more of a dream than they are selling you anything substantial. And there's a lot of these kids are super mature about the market. Anybody that's good at trading is like calculated. They're cool. They're collected. They're not emotional. They're not like immature about it at all. It's like tough game. Would 5 micros be a good contract to 50K funded next? 5 micros is perfect, C Madden. 5 micros is a great rule of thumb. If you do the math on the 50K funded next is 1250 daily loss limit, right? So on a 10 point or 40 point, which is your standard move in a non-volatile environment on the S&P or NASDAQ, 10 points with 1 mini is worth 500 bucks. 40 points with 1 mini NASDAQ is worth 800 bucks. 1 E-mini will bring you in under your daily loss limit and give you 2 trades to hit it. 5 micros is half, so you're talking 250 and 400. So 5 micros in either case will give you roughly 5 trades per day in ES and 3 trades per day in NASDAQ. You'll never hit that daily loss limit on those scalpable ranges. So that's a very good way to inch forward. I beat mine by trading 1 E-mini NASDAQ, which is 800 points of loss if I'm wrong, which gives me roughly 2 trades per day on that stop loss. And I got lucky and I hit all 4 of my trades day after day after day after day were winners. I got lucky. So with 1 mini, I passed it in 4 days. With 5 micros, you can pass in under 10 if you get lucky. For sure. But that's a great way to avoid, when you have a daily loss limit, you want to trade small enough that you at least get 2 trades per day before you hit it. That's the rule. Like, you mess up on one, then you get a second chance where you hit it, right? Do I build 1 micro at a time or just go hard with the 5? I would split the 5 into 2 and 3 so that you get 2 entries. I would do 2 in my first entry, 3 on the overshoot of my pivot, or 3 on my second pivot, and then ride it from there. So if I had 5 micros on this particular trade, I'd do 2 and then I'd do 3 more and I'd stop out of all of it right on the other side. That's how I do it. Somebody said Al Brooks is great with price action. Everybody seems to like Al Brooks' stuff. He's an older dude. And while I think I hear it's like basic trading education, it's good basic trading education. It's not like a super edge or anything. Yo, I got business loan text. Hi, it's Jen. Are you interested in revolving line of credit at 18 to 24 months? And then within 2 more minutes, hi, it's Kate. Are you interested in revolving line of credit for 24 months? I've got 2 texts back to back with a different name per person for the business loan. Do I want to take my business loan from Jen? Or do I want to take it from Kate? I'd fuck with Kate. I'm not certain about Jen. She seems fishy and shady. I don't know. I could fuck with the Kate, though. Kate sounds trustworthy. Which one sounds more trustworthy of the two? You're going to call the number back. It's going to be a guy with a Pakistani accent. And he's going to say his name is Steve from Chicago. You're not Kate. Dang it. You like to troll him when you're pooping. Well, the joke is, if you're new to the stream, the joke here is I always take the phone calls and we always put them on speakerphone, and everyone here always throws the joke, the business loan joke out, because I'm always taking the phone calls and entertaining them on the stream. Kate is a more wholesome name. I think so. Why is it Jen and not Jennifer, huh? You hiding? What are you hiding from us, Jen? She is the early bird, though. You really have to understand that I do like that Jen did take initiative. Text me first. I do trust a harder working person. Looks like Jen worked roughly 30 seconds harder than Kate did. So, oh yeah, pickle's ready. She just texted me. Okay. And we had a huge stream today. I appreciate you guys supporting the channel, growing with us, following me on my journey, coming for your giveaway stuff. It's okay if you come for just the giveaways. They're here for you guys. But did you win? Victor, yeah, you won. Come over here. You need to take my car keys and go pick up Pickle, though. That's what you won. Jen is Kate and Kate is Jen. Oh, no. Gens typically have messy car floors and fryers. That's funny. I had a friend that had that theory about girls named Amanda. If your name's Amanda, I'm so sorry about it. He said if a girl's name is Amanda, she's bad news. And it usually comes from somebody's ex-girlfriend or whatever, but that was his thing. He always would say that. Anytime someone would bring up the word, he's like, no, don't date her. That name is cursed. Have you heard of Phidias Prop Firm? I've heard 2 people mention them and they said they were good. The 2 people that mentioned them, but I don't know enough about them. And honestly, there were so many prop firms out there. I've kind of aligned myself with the bigs. So like we work with Tradeify, with Funded Next, with Take Profit, Apex and my funded futures and ETF. Those are the ones we work with. And then I'm probably not adding any more. And then now Futures Desk. I didn't want to add any more to the roster, but they seem too cool to pass up. So while there's so many prop firms out there, I kind of don't want to like have a code for all of them. I want to have a reason to trade each one of them. So I have a reason why each one of them is useful. Tradeify is the best straight to fund in the program. ETF is the best static in the program. My funded futures is and funded next are very equivalent when it comes to end of the day drawdowns, best in class, both of those. Apex is, you know, your after your buffer, your uncapped payout, but with trailing drawdown and it's cheap. So Apex is good for that. Funded next is good for uncapped payouts. And then Futures Desk will take you straight to a live account when you pass their thing, like a real prop firm, and you get to choose how you want your evals to be set up. Okay, so each one of those has a distinct reason that I think they're all good. But other than that, there's a million copycats out there of prop firms that have similar rules to the bigs. And I gotta kind of like limit my focus. But yeah, I heard they're pretty good. Hi, my name is Isabella. We need to confirm before sharing more about a distant chance. Are you a U.S. citizen above 25 years old? Do you qualify? Confirm. Yes. Yes, I am. A distant chance. Is this a chance at love? Is this a chance at money? Is this a chance to save money on my car insurance by switching to Geico? Tell me more, Isabella. Let's go. Weird that they're not calling anymore. They're not texting me. I'm usually used to taking the call, but I'll read the story to you guys and entertain you. We'll be following into MHP probably, but I think that this was the bounce point to long from if one was too long. I don't think today there is anything I want to take. I was waiting for stronger pivots. I took them and I'm done. So what I think of price now, price is good. I think that market's healthy. We're going straight to all-time highs unless something fucks up in the trade war. The market's going to do exactly what Europe did. You just sign up for the business loan under Victor's name. That's the best way to do it. I mean, I've been lowering Victor's credit for like years now to the point I can't even get a loan in his name. But if you can get one, that'd be great. I want to talk about the extended car warranty. I know, right? Let's see what they have to say. For TPT 50K, when would I scale to 1 mini since the drawdown is 2K? So think about this. Remember the 2 modes of volatility. You have to do one. Number 1, we're in kind of the safe mode where you can multiply 10 points ES, 40 points NASDAQ. And 1 E-mini on 10 points is roughly $500 per stop. And 1 E-mini on 40 is $800. By the way, I train people. So 2K is plenty of room for 1 E-mini right now. Because what you want is at least 2 chances per day to trade. If you get your first stab wrong and you get your second stab wrong, it's time to sit out. Don't make more than 2 attempts a day of being wrong twice in a row. So 2 trades at 10 point stop loss each is about $1,000 on S&P. And NASDAQ is 1,600. Both of those will bring you in under a 2K drawdown. John Gilbert. And when the market bounces up and comes back to where it starts, That's also your drawdown when it's trailing, if you're on the trailing phase in the funded side of TPT. So an example is when markets are moving and it goes up and down, that span of the range is usually that same volatility that you experience in a stop loss. So in a trailing drawdown sense, the rule saves you in case it goes and then pops. That's usually the volatility of the pop is the same volatility of your pivot before you stop. So the V'ing in the market that you would experience in trailing drawdown, both if you were wrong and if you were right, is roughly the same size. So one contract should be enough to give you 2 trades a day and also skirt the volatility without there being news. That's how, I think that you chose a good spot to be if the drawdown is 2K. Now, if it's 2K to bust, then it gives you 2 trades. I would give yourself, if it's the full trailing drawdown, maybe like 1 E-mini max. What you said is not bad. Again, not investment advice, but that's my review on your choice. A representative will reach out via WhatsApp within 24 hours to review the role and the specifics. You may also receive daily remuneration ranging from 150 to 450. Is this for OnlyFans? Do I need to do full frontal or only partial nudity? I don't like waxing my chest. That's why I ask. Let's see what they say. With 100 DD, I would use 1 or 2 micros. Yeah, that's a good rule of thumb per $100 of drawdown. Yeah. So essentially, for every $1,000, 1 E-mini is cap for every $1,000. As a good rule of thumb. Smaller is always better, but 1 is your cap. With 1250 drawdown on these Funded Next account, I only did 1. I threw 1 contract at it. Hit or miss. I didn't even scale. I got lucky hitting strong pivots 4 days in a row, and I just said, I'll just throw a contract at it instead of scaling. But normally I would do 5 micros and maybe 5 micros and 10 micros, you know, sort of denominations instead. I had the perfect poor name, Rocket Matt. Oh, hell yeah. That would be my name. The Rocket, El Rocket. I could show them a picture of Pickle's underbelly. As somebody said. See him, Pickle, I gotta pick him up from the groomers. If I open a cash account, what broker do you suggest who has the cheapest trade fees? Well, I can't give you investment advice or even brokerage advice. So I can tell you which ones I like. If you're talking futures, they're all practically the same. AMP requires the least amount of minimum deposit. That's why I use them. As far as equities brokers go, it depends on who you're trying to ask about. Is it stock? Is it options? Futures brokers are relatively priced similarly. I don't think there's one that's that much less than the others. So max drawdown. So you have to ask yourself in max drawdown, are you willing to blow up that account in 1 day or 2 days? Rule of thumb, how many days will you blow up? I give myself usually 3 days to blow up. That's my starting point. Because I can assume my stuff works 70% of the time or better. So I might go on a 3-day losing streak plenty of times and I'm okay blowing up. It's how many days, how often are you willing to put money into resetting this? And you're going to guess and test. If 3 days is making you blow up enough that you're spending 5K a month in evals and that's too much for you, then change it to 4. You're going to increase the amount of days that you're going to allow yourself to lose that many days in a row till you blow up to find a price per month that you're comfortable with paying. So that's really the handle you're trying to do is like how many times I'm willing to pay this on an unlucky streak if I blow up. So a good starting point is usually 3 days. Very rarely will you have a losing streak of 3 days in a row. I mean, it happens, but you know, 3 days is good. So if they have a total drawdown of $2,000, divide that by 3, and that gives you 666, right? So you're roughly about 666 per day on a 3-day. And as a starting point, again, you can choose 2 day or 1 day. 3 days is a good starting point to slowly get there and to save money along the way. So with that being said, you take that amount that you're willing to lose per day. I don't like writing the doubles number, so let's say $700. I don't want some bad juju here, but we'll say $700. And then you're going to say divided by, we'll say it's like every 40 points is $800 on NASDAQ. So you can see like essentially what's the contract size that I have to get for the 40-point move in NASDAQ to not lose $700, right? So 700 divided by 40 is 1 point. Well, let me do this really quick. If it's 800 would be, oh, I'm sorry, divided by, let me do some quick math really quick. So basically with NASDAQ, it's going to be 40 points is your standard move in Q. So at $5 a point, I'm sorry, $20 a point. Sorry, $5 a tick, $20 a point. We'll give you the number of points, right? So for $20, so an example is, let me get out like a little, let me make a spreadsheet and kind of show you like a, let me see if I can do like maybe a table for you. That'd be the easiest way to do it. I'm just arbitrarily picking 3 days, but let me show you like a way that you can do it, an easier way. So maybe, and the idea is that the smaller you go, the longer you can survive without having to re-up the account. And the bigger you go, the more often you can bust up. So let me open up a spreadsheet really quick. I'll make a table instead of just doing one example. This will be much easier. And this is what all you guys can do. I'll give you a little tip. Okay. So what you want to do is you're going to want to do like drawdown, right? And we'll just put in a random number. And then you can say like number of days to blow up. And if you do 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, etc. Actually, let's do it this way. So with the drawdown of $2,000, you can do like per day. You can do this. What the heck? Okay. And so now you'll have like this per day loss sort of thing. And you can say like, if you were to do your contract size, an example, in micros, let's just put like 10 micros to start. And then you can do some math really quick, right? Because it's basically like, to lose that many dollars, you can calculate that how many points with the size of the micros. So if you want to give yourself like, essentially, an example is if we did the 3 day or the 2 day or the 1 day, whatever. So if I were to do 1 trade per day loss, then you can do a number of trades per day. Or say per trade loss. Number 3 days per here. Okay. Per day loss. And then we'll say number of trades per day. Give yourself at least 2. Okay. You want to at least give yourself a second opportunity to trade per day. Good rule of thumb. So per trade loss. That. And then you have a little spreadsheet that you can like kind of keep track of this. And then you're going to put your stop loss here. So stop loss or volatility or Ving. Like Ving for trailing, right? In points. So an example is we'll do 40 points for NASDAQ, okay? So you can also guess or test like your contract size to get the number. So you can say actually, let's calculate it based on the points. And you can say gain per point. And if it's like NASDAQ is 20, ES is 50, right? So we do NASDAQ, we'll put in 20. So you can make yourself like a little sheet to kind of see like how big do I want to bet. And we teach this in course 2 of the bootcamp, by the way, how to make a spreadsheet to figure out what you want your trade size to be. So if I lose $1,000 per trade on a 40-point move, that's $800 a point. Okay. So if I did this, I'm sorry, $800 per every 40 points. So if I were to do, 1,000, which would be your total divided by $20 per point, gives you how many points that you can lose total. 50, right? Now, if you want to do, that's your stop loss is 40, right? So basically 1.25, or sorry, let's times 100. Or sorry, divided by 10. Yep, times 10. So an example is on a 40-point move, which is your normal stop size, you can do 12 micros to hit $1,000 per trade on a loss. So example, so 40 points will give you that much lose. So that's how many micros you would do for 2,000 if you're gonna allow yourself to blow up in one day with 2 trades per day. And you can kind of basically do this math anywhere you want to go and just kind of, and then cost out how much it's going to cost you per month while you do this. So obviously, if you allow yourself less of a loss, less of a position, etc., and it kind of scales down like that. This guy sounds like AI. Or ChatGPT can do it all by asking. But yeah, so ideally, it comes down to you. And the rule of thumb I'll tell you is give yourself 3 days to pass and 2 trades per day. So 3 days per pass, 2 trades per day on NASDAQ with a 40 point gives you roughly 5 micros. And that's a safe way to trade. Yeah. So I'll let you guys at the bootcamp, I'll share that sheet with you guys. But that's basically how to do it. And then you can say, well, when I did that, I blew up like 20 times and it cost me, this much money. Okay, so what if I want to lower that position size? Then, you would lower it and then see how much it costed you as well. The idea is how quickly you can make your return. My little drawing tool is frozen. But yeah, that's how that works. Nice little bounce. No, I could have held that, but never thinking like I'm missing on anything. Great trading today, guys. We crushed it. How'd y'all do? Did anybody try to short this, long this? How'd y'all do today? Thanks, Gold Digger. You're awesome. No, you. Oh, you stop it. Look at the education you just got for being here. Yeah. You gotta have to spend a lot of time. Like my pencil tool froze and it froze on the screen and there's not even like a it's not even in my processes, which is even weird. So we're stuck with staring at these numbers until I close the stream down, apparently. Heck. Let's see if it's down here. That's so weird. My drawing tool is not in my processes in Windows, and it's yet still acting on the screen. And I still see it. I can't close it down, so we're stuck at staring at those numbers. Oh well. The reason MRES is negative, it's because a significant portion of the market cap is below monthly hedge pressure. We showed like Apple and some others today. We're below monthly hedge pressure. So there's still a decent amount of stocks that are below monthly hedge pressure, which is causing resilience to be negative. Right? Despite them gapping up and rallying, it's still balanced to be negative gamma. You heard of me first time checking out the channel? Hopefully you heard good things. Market's starting to pick up some steam and rallying from here. I'm glad that you guys see the writing on the wall. There is no shorting this. The market's going to be seeking all-time highs again. I wouldn't be chasing longs from here for today, but I'm long-minded until we get back to highs. If Europe taught us anything. Green for the week, Kelly? Nice. Yeah, Kelly, I would say if you feel the need to close down and you're feeling happy, then follow your gut. Always follow your gut. There's a rule of thumb in trading. If you feel something, go with it. Once feelings enter the picture, game over. Windows can be lame sometimes. Very lame, I know. Can you please cover how to convert SPY to QQQ to ES and NASDAQ? Yeah, it's cross multiplying. So you take your pivot, MHP, whatever. Like, I can't even reopen the program. It opens and shuts down immediately when I open it up. To close it down. Hold on, let me try something really quick. You were going to take your pivot on whatever it is. I can't draw on the screen right now because it's broken. But you take MHP 490 and you're solving for MHP NASDAQ. So it's 490 divided by X is equal to the current value of QQQ divided by the current value of NASDAQ. You can put it together in a little spreadsheet or something, but you're basically solving for X. There's a fraction. If you divide NASDAQ futures by QQQ, gives you a fraction. It should be equal to this pivot divided by that pivot. And then you know this one, so you're solving for that one. Ooh, 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 ooh. You said I seem cool. I don't know what you think. I'm not cool. Not by a long shot. All about account management. Do you like the ability to trade 1 million to start? I take a little bit more risk on this account. I give myself 2 trades to hit the daily loss, and I'm not even exact on it. Like on this funded next, it's 1250. I did 1 NASDAQ trade, which could have lost 800 of that 1250. I don't divide it in half. I'm like, I'll take 1,000, or I'll take 2/3 of it as loss in the first trade, and then I'll lower down on the second trade. So I was hitting it on a mini as well. I'm a little riskier though. Will I do a larger directed funded with Tradeify to have a larger trailing drawdown, or would you do the 50K? Okay, so here's the answer to that question. You're gonna go straight to the website. You're going to go to their accounts. And as long as all things are equal, you're going to make sure all the rules are practically equal, right? The max accounts, consistency, days to payout, everything's the same. So there's no other way to value this. And what you do is you take cost per drawdown to answer that question. Got our old handy dandy spreadsheet here. So cost per drawdown, how much it costs you per dollar drawdown. That's all that matters, okay? 349, 509, 629, 729. Now, Rocket Scooter gets a blanket 30% off on all of these, so I'm not even factoring that because the ratio would still be the same. But drawdown, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, 6,000. Now, there's extra value because there is no soft breach on this one, but we'll get to that in a second, okay? That's an 8, 6, 3, and 2. Tradeify scales very nicely, giving you $8 a drawdown for every dollar you spend. You see how it basically goes up and the price doesn't go up that much. 150K is the best value period that you're going to get. You know, the 50K and the 25K is very expensive for the drawdown you get. It's like should I buy 1 bag of chips for $4 or 10 bags of chips for $10? Well, clearly the 10 is a better deal. So and you always do cost per drawdown. Tradeify's 150 is the best cost per drawdown. That's why I do it. Funded Next, best cost per drawdown is 50K, the one in the middle, which is why I'm doing that. I always find the best value for the drawdown. So we do it like that. And we do that. Now there's an extra, when one say, is there an extra value for this cheap one? Because there's no daily soft breach. Maybe, but it's only $3 anyways. So it's kind of like, you know, it's not, I don't think it's $5, you know, per dollar of drawdown worth of value. I think the no soft breach might be a small value add to this. But this guy right here is tremendously good. It scales very well. So it's kind of like your question, should I shop at the dollar store? Should I shop at Kroger? Or should I shop at Costco and buy in bulk? In this case, you'd buy in bulk. You'd buy the 150K. It costs a little more, but per drawdown, you get more to play with. Assuming that each one of these accounts, you're going to trade with the same denomination of trading. The value is based on that ratio, yeah. That's how I do it. As long as all the other rules are the same. If now one of them is like, get extra this or extra that, then you got to have to kind of assign some arbitrary value to like how much you think of it. Like if some of them are giving you fewer days to trade or more days to trade, there's a tremendous value on number of days to trade when comparing accounts between firms. So if there's a firm that costs $500 for 5 days of trading and it's $700 for 4 days of trading, go $700 for 4 days of trading. A rule of thumb, every extra day of trading, be willing to pay twice as much for the account. So anything that has fewer days than the next guy is always better, because every day you trade is a 50-50 coin flip you're going to bust out. So every day they add to the amount of trading days is a coin flip that you can lose. So every day, assume is an extra reset if you lost. So you're willing to pay twice the price for a day off the clock. So some of them are like passing 10 days, passing 8 days, passing 5 days. Ratio that every extra day I would pay double for an extra day off the clock. That's how much important that rule is. That's how much it matters to me. How much is 150K with all the discounts from Rocket Scooter? I believe it's about 550 after the 30K. And your first account with Tradeify is 40% off. So your first time, they give you 40% off your first one. Do I have a thesis from right now? I'm done for the day. My thesis from right now is it's going to be unpredictable how it goes up. I'm just waiting to buy pivots every single day. So tomorrow, the next day, it's going to be a really strong and long week. Not a lot of news. Trade war positive. We're going all the way back to all-time highs. The question is just how we get there. I'm going to take it a day at a time. From here, probably going up. From right here, I don't know if it dips before it goes up. I would be 100% willing to buy this dip now to continue to long up. Like I said, the consolidation broke up. Half of us thought down, half of us thought up, right? So now the market's moved here. I'm going to wait to move if I do anything else. But probably nothing else for today. Tradeify has a really nice journal on their dashboard. Very nice. Yeah, they both do actually. Them and my funded does. Do I enter with 3 entries always, or does it range? I usually will enter with usually 3 is my rule of thumb. 2 to 3 entries per target is kind of what I do. At least 2 per target. 1 right at the target, 1 in case it overshoots a little bit. In a volatile market, always 3. before, after, and then way after the target. You're debating on trying take profit. Take profit is the favorite here by all of them by a long shot. People do take profit twice as much as the second place one here. I'm not going to tell you the whole ranking just because I don't want to tilt you one way or the other, but take profit is the most popular one here. I don't use them though. I use Tradeify, but that's because I like straight to fund it and I hate trailing drawdown with a passion. You couldn't force me to do trailing drawdown for any reason whatsoever. And their funded account is trailing drawdown once you become funded. It's end of the day before, trailing after until you get to your buffer, which is fine for most people. That's the Apex model, trailing drawdown, but I don't like it. I can't stand it. I don't want it at disadvantage to my trading. I talk real quick about the boot camp. Boot camp is 20 days for $20. We start at 3 o'clock Central, which is right at the market close, so 4 p.m. We meet for about an hour and a half every day. We go over a video. There's a preset group of 20 videos that we go over, and then every boot camp we re-record some of them as our techniques slightly get better. This boot camp will be re-recording video 3 and I believe videos 12 and 13, but we'll get to that. And we record them live while we teach them. Video 3 is liquidity maps. We're re-recording that because we have a new diagram to share. And basically most of the videos are pre-recorded. We watch them together as a group. So I'm in the class with you and then I answer your questions the whole time you're asking them. And then I pause the video to give examples relative to the current market so that the boot camp is a different experience in a bull market versus a bear market. So we'll be focusing very heavily on low volatile, non-overshooting pivot bull market in this boot camp. And we go through the 3 tenets of what we teach, which is trend identification, like where to find volume and where to get in on the trend. And then we do position and risk management, which is position sizing, how much to trade, where to get in, where to get out. All this little math tricks I taught you with these spreadsheets. This is all part of that. I mean, teaching you how to trade, how much to trade is important, where to bet, where to get in, where to get out, where to stop, where to add, where to trim, all of that. And then the last part is market avoidance strategy, which is the most important of the 3, when to sit out. Now today, I know the market's going up. I took my long scalps here and here. So why don't I chase this? Because I think I'm missing out. Because I'm not going to miss out. We're going to all-time highs on this market. I got plenty of room. Oh, let me, my futures chart kind of froze up there, but what's going on? I think my platform just crashed. Well, maybe that's a good time now to end this stream out anyways. Hold on, wait. Let me reset everything really quick. Don't go anywhere. Let me see if I can't reboot this. Take a look at these sweet ads while y'all are waiting. So with 6 micros, how you go about splitting them? I would round it up to 7 and then do well, it's 6. I would do 2 and 3 for 5, and then 3 and 4 for 7. So at 6, you would do 2 and 4. Always have your second entry bigger than your first entry at a lower place. Never enter at a higher place with a bigger position. Always enter at a lower place with a bigger position. For cost, for really adjusting a cost basis. So for 6, you might be stuck doing 3 and 3. I'd round up to 7 and do 3 and 4 with 6. There's not much difference between 6 and 7 micros. So 3 at your first entry, 4 if you want to dig in on a second overshoot or a second pivot that's nearby. Yeah, great uptrend. Oh yeah, it's solid. I mean, we're going up. So I got plenty of space to get back to all-time highs. Remember, in Europe, it took about a month. Once the trade war was resolved, it took about a month for them to go to all-time highs and then some. We are literally going to go straight there with the trade war and resolve. Right here, this little kind of squeezy point, probably 600, 625 by quarter 3, if there's no further problems and we get rate cuts this year. Tire strike past your 300K Apex. Bro, let's go. You're going to activate Sim Fund and see if they end up paying you. Slow and steady. Congrats, man. I usually stream until about 2 o'clock Eastern, but today we got to go get pickle. So I'm going to cut the stream maybe like 30 minutes early. So we'll stay for like 20 more minutes, you guys. and then I'm going to call it. It's a great trading day. So the bootcamp videos are recorded. The live experience is not recorded because it's a recording of a recording and discussion. The Q&A session, you just got to be there. But the videos, yes, are recorded. And the videos are previous bootcamp recordings as well. We found out that it's things dynamically change and, you know, markets change. So it's good to have a live experience as a bonus to go with it. But you don't have to be there live if you can't make it. The recordings are just as good because they're previous bootcamp recordings. So they're going to take place in Zoom. So in Discord, we'll send you a link once you get access to it. Everyone go to your Rocketplace account, log in right now. And on the left, there'll be like this thing that says My Communities. You'll click claim. It'll give you access to our Discord. And then we post a link there for the Zoom call for the bootcamp, for the live version. And then the pre-recorded courses are available in your My Courses section. So you can watch those whenever you want. Matt streams longer than anyone out there. Ooh, thank you for the giveaway. All right, let's do one more spin the wheel. Thank you, bud. We'll spin the wheel for this one. Appreciate the donation. So one of our members donated and have a rule that up until the last moment of the boot camp, I'll give away 2 for every one that someone does. I'll pay $20 for 2 people as well. So, all right, you guys, if you're not in the boot camp yet, 3 chances to win. Type in boot camp. 4 p.m. Eastern, Rodrigo, right when the market closes. We start right when the bell rings. Give you guys some time to finish out your trading day. You know, hit that like button, guys. Don't forget. I had a huge turnout today. It's crazy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, we're going to go get Pickle a little bit. I'll send you guys pictures in Discord of Pickle with his blueberry face mask. This silly nonsense. Ripping me up. I'm just kidding. That's why she's like, let's get the blueberry face mask as the first person that says, oh, that sounds neat. Why not? Okay. Wow, this is a really low turnout. You guys might have a bigger chance of winning. See, there's rewards for staying this long. So we usually do random stuff. Only 20-something people entered. That's perfect. Type in boot camp. Hurst Horn has a great idea, John. Like he said, you want to do a smaller first entry and a slightly bigger second entry. When you're doing cost basis averaging, you really want to take a peck at your first entry. And if it's kind of dancing around your pivot, reserve the rest of your capital to take a bigger bite on like a down tick. So you really just get your cost basis dug in right under your pivot. That's kind of the trick I do. I never go all in at one pivot with like one entry. I'm usually like staging around it, building positions strategically. Oh, you just said those words exactly. Strategically building a position is genius. That's a beautiful way to say it. Yeah. Never like just dive all in on a position. Like save some of your money in case it goes lower to really dig in. You know, it's gonna dance around a lot. Imagine somebody jumping in on all 5 of their contracts right here instead of buying 2 and then it dips by a couple more, then it dips by a couple more, and then really getting their cost basis at the bottom of a range or at the bottom of a pivot. Yeah. All right. 3 names. 3 more. Walker Hounds. Couple more. Let me send this to our admin here. You have to type something in chat. Thank you for your donation, bud. I really love you guys are so kind to each other. It's just so nice. This is the community offering something for you guys. The community is like, let me buy you your membership. That is so cool. That I have honestly, this trend has been going on since the first boot camp. The first boot camp was such a cool experience. There were people that were like, I finally got my first payout, blah, blah, blah. I'd love to pay it back. And they started buying boot camps for people. And then I was like, well, what the hell? If you buy one, I'll buy one. And then it became, if you buy one, I'll buy 2. And then people have started donating boot camps. So we've given away like 40 seats to the boot camp. This is the last day of giveaways though. We only do boot camp giveaways right before we start. So Julian, type something in chat and you win your prize. But this is the community like offering to buy you guys your seat, and that they've gone through it and they're like, you know, you need to go through it kind of thing. That's so cool. That's very flattering, guys. It means a whole lot to me. Y'all like our course. You won, dude. Congratulations. All right, one more. Okay, so you three guys or girls, Ola Alabi, congrats. Why didn't I long it? Well, I don't long from consolidation. I long off of my 2 pivots that I count for. So I long from here to here. I long from here to here. I already made 2 really solid trades. I know the market's going up, but there's no reason for me. I have consistency rules I got to stick with now, so I can't make any more money. That's the other reason. I can't make any more. Because I have to kind of like whittle the accounts to profit target now. So in an example with Tradeify, I've got $130-something thousand bonus, but I still need to take 80,000 in payouts total, and I've only taken like 30-something. So I have to inch my way forward with another 50K of payouts, which means I can't. I've already made 7,000 whatever today. I can't make any more, even if I wanted to. When am I going live? Whenever they decide, Ola, you have to type something. Oh, there you go. Ola's here. Congrats. Congrats. Okay. Right at the buzzer. Barely made it. What's up, Jimmy? I can wrap $1 trillion. Bro, I know. I was looking to make $1 trillion today. With Tradeify, you automatically go live when you make 80K in payouts. That's the max you can do. Or 80K total. Then they move you to live. Whatever the balance is, they're going to give you a live account. My hope is that if I have 75,000 sitting there, which I do now, extra after the payouts, that they move me to live with max. I want 5 $15,000 accounts. So the max they give out. So I want to be Tradeify's biggest trader and their #1 trader. That's my goal. That's why I build a huge balance, like saying fuck the consistency rules. I get a huge buffer so I don't blow up. And now I'm way far ahead. So I'm never going to blow up, or never going to blow up, hopefully. But now I just have to slowly get the consistency down to get the payouts. And so you're watching me take like 2 or 3 solid trades a day and then limiting myself to 5 to 10K a day. Sucks, I know. I can't take every move, but also this one I have a strong pivot to trade off of. It just consolidation broke upside, and so this consensus was probably going to go up, but I just didn't need to, you know, I hit my target for the day, so I was good. All right. Okay, you 3 winners. Go to the Discord. Here's your rules. You have to get it right. Go to the Discord within the hour. Go in the description below for the link. Join our Discord. Send Slacks, the admin, SLACKS, Slacks, a message, or post in the contest channel. You need to go hold of Slacks. He'll message you back. But send him a message. It's the safer, so you can avoid the fake accounts of scammers out there always pretending to be us. Send him a message. Take a screenshot of your YouTube account. So basically, log into your YouTube account, cut the top left corner just that has your name. That way we know it's you, and send that along with the picture. And then send that picture along and say, hey, I won the contest, and he will direct you on where to go, what to do. On that new prop firm. Yeah, so I did the Funded Expert. I did that today. I got funded with them with the first account. It took me 4 days to get funded. And then this is the account number, all that. So this is the funded version of that. And in my funded account, I'm up $1,000 from today. So this also has consistency to go with it. And I just need to run this account 5 days so I get a payout. So I could take out half the account. So if I get 1,000 a day, that's totally going to get consistency or whatever. And in 5 days, I can take out half of what I made with no payout cap. Other than you can only take out half of what you made for the first 30 days. And then you can take out 100% every day after. So my goal is to build a huge balance of that account and then take a huge cash payout. That's been pretty good. I do like... It's been doing pretty good. I do like that. I do like them though. I like the uncapped payouts. I like the structure. No monthly fee. That's all really nice. So one last question, John. If your first entry is a 40-point stop, then my second entry and third entry also be 40 points away, the same stop as the first trade. So it's 40 points away from your pivot. Unless your pivot is in a volatile environment where you prove that it can overshoot 60 points. So the stop loss is around your pivot. So if I'm entering at a pivot, I get in slightly above, slightly below, then right on the edge, my stop loss is that distance from the pivot. I'm trading around the pivot, not around my entries. So my entries are trying to aim at the pivot, and if the pivot moves 40 points, it's basically equivalent of saying the pivot's lost. 100% certainty it's lost, yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna get Pickle. I love y'all. I'm outie. This has been a great stream. You guys have hung with us. Man, we had one of the hugest turnouts that we've had. 724 active concurrents. That's crazy. I love you guys. You have no idea how much it means to me. Supporting the channel. Whatever you guys like about what we do, we'll keep it up. Transparency, consistency, whatever. Teaching you guys stuff. Dirt cheap boot camps, whatever the case may be. Thanks for tuning in. We love you guys. Great trading day. I made like 7,000 something bucks, I'm sure, something like that. 8,000. Good day. I'm on a big winning streak, but I'll post my results on Twitter. You guys follow me at Traders Paradise on Twitter. You guys know. I'll give you guys updates. I show the full P&L, the full stats, full balance, everything what I do. You guys can watch me and yeah. We love y'all. See y'all later. Adios and be safe. And we'll see y'all tomorrow bright and early. Bull market's back, baby.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt in the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene. Hidden nodes like ghosts unseen. Reverse engineer to see the light. Illuminate the darkest night. Rocket scooter has got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter